Heather, I just printed it. Heather, did you hear me?
No, what?
I just printed it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. But thank you.
That's funny.
Everything I tried to print yesterday just printed right now when I just logged on.
I was just gonna ask you if you could print, and then I remembered that you had already said
I just logged on and everything from yesterday just printed.
because I saw that you had that printed sheet, so that's why I'm like, oh, it's working.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Want to stick them in there, Heather?
Yep, I'll put them in there.
Let's get your door open.
Jamie.
Do you have his number?
Morning, Heather.
Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Oh, good. Finally got somebody to open up the MIDC door.
Oh, it was locked?
Yeah, maximum security.
Yeah.
Nothing here to steal. But
I'll do it up here. They say they got some guys that come in down there that don't have it at home. They gotta talk to their
Yeah.
attorneys. They said, I can listen to everything that they tell their attorney. I don't give a shit. I mean, I could care less about this. I'm just trying to get to the
Jeff, it looks like you already are going to have one, so I'm going to put you in your meeting room. Sorry,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
had to mute you because Rob was being a little loud and obnoxious. So I'm going to put you in your meeting room because there's already one for you.
all right, thank you.
She hear me
Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning.
Mr. Lynch. Good morning. I'm going to put you in the waiting room till your attorney appears, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
yep.
We're ready on Mr. Ziegler, Heather, whenever the judge is ready.
All right, thank you.
Jeff, are you house counsel today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll send you the docket.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How have you been, darling?
I've been okay. How about you?
You know, maybe it's being married or something, but you get prettier every time I see you.
Well, thank you. I wouldn't put that on Chris, but
Maybe it's just because you're happy, you know?
maybe. You're just
Yeah.
trying to butter me up for this docket, aren't you?
Oh, well, of course. That is my reputation, but that's unkind. I always compliment you,
You do.
even when you were just merely shadowing me.
That was so much fun.
You know, you were so kind to get me those art pencils. I still use them.
I'm glad.
They last a long time.
Well, good.
I think with Rob, I have to yell across the hall to get the please.
Well,
So do you do other courts also?
yeah, I'm in 33rd for Brownstown Township.
Have you seen my son over there out of Gibraltar?
I haven't, but now that we're Zoom, I don't see any officers anymore.
Yeah. Got it, darling.
Excellent. I don't have too many.
Yeah, really not.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see if Rob by any chance has his please written down. Go to the.
Je- um, uh, Jeff.
You went to bother Rob.
Oh, well, we're coming on. If you can yell at him, Caitlin.
I'm not in the court.
Oh.
Good morning, all. Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Ziegler.
My apologies, Your Honor. I was talking to the prosecutor. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Ziegler. Your Honor, as far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Mr. Ziegler would be pleading guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive a vehicle with the understanding his original charge would be dismissed.
All right, the plea agreement says something about some civil infractions, but I don't have any civil infractions, so I assume those are already in default.
Your Honor, I don't know.
I
I
got
don't think. What'd you say,
I paid
Mr.
off-
Ziegler?
I had paid off 2 tickets, speeding and driving with expired tags.
Yep, okay. All right, so today's deal is you're gonna plead to allow unlicensed driver to operate and the drove while license suspended is dismissed, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes.
And you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, sir.
And understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
All right. Did you drive a vehicle in Sumter on April 26, 22?
Yes.
At that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Suspended.
Mr. Bowditch, satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, I'll accept the plea to the added charge, dismiss the original charge. Sir, I've got your address on Ready Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, did one of my people talk to you this morning to confirm your address and your phone number and all that good stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentence?
No, sir.
You working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for Georgia Pacific in Milan.
How long you been there?
I'm going on 2 years in February, so about a month or a year and a half.
All right. I'll assess fines and costs totaling $500. Those fines and costs are due within 5 days. If you cannot do that, then you need to go to our website under the Contact Us tab, make other arrangements.
Okay.
Heather, we don't have collections with us today, do we?
Not yet, no.
Okay, all right. Any questions, sir?
Nope.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
You from Huron?
I'm from Monroe County originally.
Okay, so you're not related to the bricklayers, Ziegler brothers,
What are their names?
Lenny and Danny?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bowditch, anything else from Mr. Ziegler?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, have a good day, Mr. Ziegler.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler.
Mr. Siciliano,
That's me.
did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
I have briefly, yes,
So you do need to speak to the prosecutor.
yes.
Okay. Rob, no,
Here. I think Mr. Siciliano was just looking to adjourn for discovery. If there's anything that's changed, we can talk, but if not, I certainly have no objection to that, and I'll get him his information.
That's exactly correct. I did speak with Mr. Young yesterday and that's what I asked for and that is our understanding and agreement.
all right.
How far out we gonna go?
I can usually have the stuff to him within a week, Your Honor, through the mail is the way I'll do it. Because I assume he wants the video, so I'll get him all of that within a week or 10 days. So whatever the next date is, I can probably make if he can make it.
Heather, I don't see Sumter again until the 14th of July.
It's correct. We were supposed to have met the end of the month. It's not till July 14th with Judge Martin.
All right, counsel, let's take care of an arraignment then so I can set a bond for your client. First of all, your appearance, please.
Siciliano appearing on behalf of the defendant, John Lynch, and he is on the video tier. He's available presently.
And Mr. Lynch, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, unmuted. Can you hear me?
Beautiful. Can you hear everybody okay?
Yep.
All right. Counsel, would you waive formal reading for purposes of arraignment?
I will, Your Honor.
I'll enter a not guilty plea for Mr. Lynch. Adjourn pretrial 7/14 at 9:40 in the morning. Does that work?
Let me just double check one thing, Your Honor.
Sure.
That'll work, Your Honor. At 9, you said 40?
9:40.
That works for me, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lynch, that's okay with you, right?
You said 7:14, 9:40?
Yes, sir.
Yep, that will work for me.
All right, Mr. Siciliano, you want to try to talk me out of a personal bond with a no mood altering substances condition?
Nope, I'm good with that, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Siciliano, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. A couple conditions. Number one, stay out of trouble. Number two, cooperate with your attorney so we can have a meaningful court date on July 14th. And three, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription for that substance. Understood?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand. Swear or affirm you agree with those terms?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, $1,000 bond. So unless you screw up, you don't have to post any money. If you do screw up, you're gonna have to come up with $1,000.
Okay.
Mr. Siciliano, anything for clarification purposes?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Have a great day, gentlemen.
You too.
You too.
Thank you, Rob.
Yep, no problem.
Bye now.
Rob, did you get my chat? You need to go in your meeting room. There's somebody in there waiting.
All right, let me get, how do I do this again? It's been in the chat, right? Okay.
I can move you. Unless
All
you,
right.
all right,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
ordinance violations today or something? Heather, what's the first name? Starts with a B.
Matthew, Brehmer.
Thank you. Come on in, sit down. Have a seat, gentlemen. Matthew Brehmer, come on up right to the podium here. I'm trying to find you on my list. You were scheduled, okay, right here, 8:30.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
So I've got a file here from April 27, 2022, blight on property. That's a misdemeanor, carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 93 days in jail. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're here for a pretrial. If you want to speak to a court-appointed attorney, we've got one in the, available in the building. You just have to say yes, and we'll put you out there in the queue to talk to him.
Okay.
You want to talk to the attorney?
Yes, I would like
Okay,
to.
so the officer will take you out and put you where you need to be so you can talk to the attorney.
Awesome.
Sir, what's your name? Jones, come on up, Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
I think it's Jeff. Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, sir.
Looking for your file. Give me just a minute. Got a lot of J's today. What's
Hey,
your first name?
Roy.
All right, we got a couple Jones. Only one Roy.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I've got a file, same deal. You got a blight on property ticket. Possible penalties up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to a court-appointed attorney today?
I cleaned it all up best I can, sir.
Okay, then you probably need to speak to the prosecutor.
Huh?
You probably need to speak to the prosecutor. You've been working with the ordinance people in Sumter to clean things up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, then I'm gonna ask you to go back out in the hallway and the prosecutor will be calling you. Call you in for a conversation,
Okay.
okay? We'll get you out here as soon as we can.
Go back in the hallway.
Back in
back.
the hallway, yep. Heather,
Yes, Judge.
can you just send Rob a chat to let him know that I talked to Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones does not want to talk to an attorney, but he says he's cleaned everything up as best he can. Oh, Rob's right there. You hearing all that, Rob?
You're muted, Rob, if you're talking.
All right, I'm gonna wait for the ordinance officer, then I'll resolve it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have you
Mr.
talked?
Floss should be
Uh-huh.
back in there, Heather.
Oh, I'll move him in then. I think we're ready on Faust, Faust, Judge. I'm bringing him back in.
What time was he scheduled?
8:30.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Fowles. Can you hear me?
Morning, yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Barely, but I got
Barely?
you.
Okay, I can
Yeah.
try and make it better if you can't hear me at all.
Okay, if you can get the volume up a little bit, that would be helpful.
Let's see what I can do. Can you hear me better now?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I've got two files from February 9. I've got a misdemeanor charge of unregistered vehicle. From July 30 of 21, I've got a drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Each of these are misdemeanors that carry a possible penalty of up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, you've met with the prosecutor today.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Young, do we have an offer?
Your Honor, move to add count of allowing, allowing, and I'll move to dismiss the DWLS and the related charge.
Okay, all right, Mr. Post, allowing an unlicensed driver carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you've waived your right to talk to an attorney today, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and understanding all of this, you want to accept that deal with the prosecutor by pleading guilty to the added charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to operate?
Yes, sir.
And did you operate a vehicle in Sumter Township on that July 30, 2021 date?
Yes, sir.
At that time, was your license either suspended, revoked, or denied?
No, sir. Yes, sir. They was. I think that they was suspended.
Okay. I will accept your plea to the added charge. I'm going to dismiss both the original charges, the February 2022 unregistered vehicle and the July 21 drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Did one of my clerks talk to you earlier today to confirm your address and phone number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything you want me to consider before I set the terms of sentence for this file?
So I was just wondering if I could have my bond revoked back to me. It was $250. I was in jail at the time, so I couldn't come to court.
Was that the April 27th date?
Yes, April 27th.
Yeah. All right. Where were you at? Where were you in jail at?
Monroe County.
Okay. You got them taken care of?
Yes, sir. They're all taken care of.
All right. You don't sound like you're from Monroe County. You sound like you're from a little further south than that.
Yes, sir. I'm from Mississippi. I've been up here for 3 years though. So.
All right. You working?
Yes, sir. I'm on the way to work right now, actually.
Where do you work?
Born to Mow in Ann Arbor.
What do they do?
We cut grass.
Okay. All right. All right. I will not reinstate your bond. What I will do is I'll reduce my total fines and costs on today's file by $240.
Okay.
So the end result to you is the same. It's just a whole lot less paperwork for my clerks.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, sir. That's it.
All right. So we've also got a payment plan that starts August 15th on some civil infractions, right?
Yes, sir. $50.
Okay.
$50. I think it's a month.
Yeah, your total is 240.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I
So
might
on
end up-
today's file, I was going to hit you $600 total, but I just reduced it by the 240 that you lost on your bond. So that gets you down to a total of 360. You want us to just roll that into the payment plan that starts in August?
Yes, please.
Done.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any questions, sir?
No, sir. That's it.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. Got anything, Heather?
Nope, waiting on MIDC to speak to the different people.
Thank you.
I'm back, Heather.
Were you speaking to Mr. Beamer?
Yes, I was. We're waiting for the ordinance officer to come in.
All right. Well, while we're waiting for that, can I put you in your breakout room? You have or if you can go back into your meeting room and I'll put
Yes,
somebody
ma'am.
in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Heather, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Do we have more than one printer that prints off these file labels?
No.
Any idea why some of them are pretty bold and legible and some of them are fairly faint?
I'm gonna guess maybe the faint ones might have been at the end of the roll or end of the ink, and then maybe or we're running to the bottom of the ink now.
Gotcha.
Just so you know, if you're looking at the 8 o'clocks, Paulisha Marable did show she's in the waiting room, or she's in with MIDC.
Thank you.
Rob, Michelle's gonna put somebody in your waiting room in a second. If you want to pull them into your meeting room when she pulls them.
So go into the breakout room that I have here.
Correct, please.
All right, will do.
Good morning, Leanna. Are you ready on Borso?
No, I need to speak with Rob, so I'll just follow him and stalk him into his room.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Leanna.
Morning, Judge.
So Heather, 1 out of 18 for the 8 o'clock docket so far.
Correct. Yep.
Heather, we're ready on Mr. Marable.
All right.
All right, Mr. Bott, it's your appearance for Felicia Marable.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Marable. As far as the arraignment, Your Honor, we would waive formal reading and stay on mute. As far as the pretrial, Your Honor, Ms. Marable wishes to plead guilty to the charge of violation of parental responsibility. There was some issues with her child in attendance. Those issues have been resolved. She anticipates no future problems.
All right. What's our time frame? I'm assuming we're doing the original,
12
the normal
12 months, Your Honor,
771.
under 12 months under 771.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Maribel, can you hear me all right?
Yes,
And you've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bowditch?
yes,
You understand those?
yes,
You understand the possible penalty for this charge is up to $500 fines plus court costs up to 93 days in jail?
wasn't aware of that, but now I am.
You understand that now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Understanding all that, are you pleading guilty to this charge today?
Yes.
All right. Tell me what was going on leading up to February 18th that was leading to some attendance issues for your child.
We had a shooting in the house. We had to go to Toledo. I finally discussed with the school what was wrong. They put my kids on virtual learning. And once we got into a safe environment, they were able to go back to school.
And where are they at? What school?
Summit Academy.
All right. Mr. Bowditch, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Foley Carter, are you satisfied?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
I'll accept the plea. Delay sentence for 12 months, not assessing any court costs. Ma'am, if you're having any other problems with attendance with the kids, reach out to us. We've got resources here at the court. Keep Mr. Bowditch's phone number. He can put you in touch with the people here that can help you out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You as well.
Your Honor, I have a Mr. Jones in the building. I'm going to have to leave this office for a second. It's on a blight issue.
Yep, okay. Heather, are you there?
Yep.
You said the recording stopped.
Oh, let's see.
I don't know why that happened. Yeah, it's, I
Because
turned that on.
everybody has access, everybody's a co-host. So I think that if people accidentally touch buttons,
Okay, when you say everybody, you don't mean everybody.
I mean, all the clerks, all the prosecutors and
Got
the
it.
attorneys.
Got it.
Mr. Noonan, do you have your
All right.
client with you?
I don't have him with me, but I think he's going to join any moment. I talked with him last night and stressed the importance of being on time. We've got an 8:50, at least I have it down at 8:50 as a pretrial. It's the Devin Johnson matter, so he should be joining any moment.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob,
Heather?
did you? Yes.
If Mr. Noonan would like to speak to me, you could kick us into a breakout room.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you go?
that'd be great if we could.
Did you speak to Mr. Ruff first? The one that's in your waiting room?
Oh, I spoke to, okay. All right, Mr. Ruff, let me go back in there.
Yep. Go back in there. And then when you're done, I'll put Mr. Noonan in.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
You got anybody else in the waiting room? I can get their files lined up.
Devin Johnson is here, but he's going to be speaking with our clerk to get information.
Yep.
Daryl Floyd. A minute. Are you ready on Borso, Leanna?
Yes, ma'am.
What time was Floyd scheduled?
Floyd is scheduled. I remember seeing his name at 10 a.m.
Oh, he's early.
Yeah, I kicked him out because he couldn't log in.
Yep. Miss Belcher, who you ready on?
Your Honor, I'm ready on Cherie Borso at 8:40.
Orso, B, like boy.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Leanne.
Hi, Jeff.
Leanne, I'm going kind of in and
All
out. Got people here.
All right, I've got that file. Go ahead, Ms. Belcher, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Ms. Borso. Ms. Borso, will you please state your name for the judge?
Sheree Allen Borso.
Thank you. For arraignment purposes, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Young this morning. What he proposed is we push this matter out for 90 days, if Your Honor would allow. If there are no issues between my client and the neighbor, Mr. Young will dismiss this case.
All right, would you waive formal reading?
Yes, Judge.
I'll
Stand
enter that guilty plea. All right. Heather, you gotta pick, can you pick me a Sumter date that far down the road?
How far? I'm sorry, what was it?
3 months.
3 months.
Or as close to that, Heather, as we can get.
I have September 8th. We can do 9 a.m. with Judge Martin.
I am actually out that
Borso.
week, but I'll get coverage.
Okay, Ms. Boris, does that work for you, September 8th?
I'm actually currently, it's going to have to be, but I'm currently enrolling in Washtenaw Community College, and I believe that winter and fall classes will be going, but I will definitely make sure that I am put that as a priority.
Okay, all right, and that's still, we're still gonna do that Zoom, so you don't have to be here live that day.
Okay, that sounds great. Like I said, I have
All
my
right.
own issues, but sounds great.
Okay, all right, we're all set then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Jeff, are you ready on any of your in-person?
I have two blight issues. I have to wait for the ordinance officer from some,
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. That's what we're waiting on.
but I'm ready for someone else in my waiting room. Yes.
I don't know if there's anybody. Yep. Okay. Go back in your meeting room and I'll put somebody in there.
Thanks, son.
Yep.
Heather, remind me to have a conversation with Mr. Young about the timing for our files. If the defendants are gonna be here live at 8:30, we gotta have a ordinance officer.
Yes. Rob, you spoke to Mr. Ruff?
Mr. Ruff, I did. I told him I'm waiting for Peter. I don't know where he's at. So I'm
Okay.
hoping here. I got 3 blight cases kind of backed up on me here. So I will get to him as soon as Peter gets here.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Have you talked to him, Rob? Do you know he's on his way?
Let me try him again. I talked to him last night because we have that trial at 11:30. So let me try him. Let me go on mute here. I'll try him.
Thank you.
On Mr. Noonan, I guess he's talking to his client, but I gave him an offer. So
Okay,
just let me.
thank you.
Heather,
Yes, Rob.
did you deal with Miss Borso?
Yes, it's adjourned to September 8th. Judge Martin.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome. Leanna, are you ready on somebody?
No, I need Rob.
Okay. Do you know if Batar's coming in today?
I'm handling it.
So you're handling Miss Lamb?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You need to speak to her, or no, you're just waiting for Rob?
First I got to speak to Rob and then I'll move her into my breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Heather, we're ready on Mr. Luck.
All right.
Your appearance, Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Michael Luck. Your Honor, today's the date and time for an arraignment in this matter. We waive formal reading, stand mute. The prosecutor wishes an adjournment in this matter. We have no objection.
Pick a date.
You have a blight today?
Yeah, 3 of them. They're all waiting on me. I'm waiting.
What date are we waiting for, Judge, on Luck?
Just an adjourned Huron date, Heather.
Did you
July
pick a
14th?
date with the prosecutor was the question.
14th is fine.
All right, I didn't catch the date.
July 14th.
Would you waive formal reading on the misdemeanor?
Correct, Your Honor. Stand mute.
I'll enter not guilty plea. The time on July 14th will be 9:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Luck, any questions?
No, sir.
All right, have a great day.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
Mr. Noonan, we're just waiting for the clerk to speak to your defendant regarding getting his information.
Oh, sure. No problem. Thank you.
Yep.
I just spoke with him and I think he is in the waiting room, I think.
He's in with the clerk already.
Oh, great. Good. Thank you.
Judge, we're done with Mr. Luck, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
What's Kathy Lamb in the waiting room for?
She's waiting for Miss Belcher.
Thank you. Mr. Noonan, what are we doing on Mr. Johnson's file when we get him in here?
Your Honor, I did speak to the prosecutor and he had offered that the OUIL be reduced to an impaired driving and the careless driving would be dismissed, which is acceptable to my client, assuming it's acceptable to the court.
Civil infraction will be dismissed, I assume.
Correct, yes.
All right, Judge, Mr. Johnson is here with Mr. Mr. Noonan, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Noonan, your appearance for Mr. Johnson, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thomas Noonan appearing on behalf of Devin Johnson, who I believe is also here by Zoom.
Mr. Johnson, can you hear us?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, and counsel, why don't you put the plea agreement on the record so Mr. Johnson can hear it?
Yes, Your Honor. I had a chance to talk to the prosecutor, and he has offered, and we have accepted, to dismiss the charge of careless driving and reduce the charge of OUIL with a high BAC of 0.18 to impaired driving. This is my client's first serious issue, and he intends it to be his last. So if the court were to accept that plea, we'd like to enter it with the court this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you've discussed your rights and options with your attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand those rights and options?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to that charge today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you drive a vehicle in Sumter on March 18, 2022 after consuming alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you have a BAC of 0.18?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Noonan, are you satisfied with that plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I will accept that plea. I'll dismiss both the original misdemeanor charge and the civil infraction that was written on the 18th. I'm going to refer Mr. Johnson to our probation department. They'll schedule a pre-sentence investigation interview by Zoom. They'll also schedule a live sentence date. Any questions, Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Noonan, bond will be continued. Anything else?
We appreciate the court's time this morning very much. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a lovely day, gentlemen.
You too. Thank you.
You too.
Good morning, Teresa. Heather, can you hear me?
I can.
Heather, have you seen Ashley McFall?
No.
How about Aaliyah Powell?
No.
Thank you.
Heather,
Yes, Rob.
Mr. Zaire is in the waiting room. I just spoke to him. He can't figure out how to get back. I keep telling him what to click. Is there a way to bring him back?
All I can do is invite him. I'm clicking the buttons now to see if he will take my invitation.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Hi, Mr. Ruff, just wait a minute till the judge calls your name.
oh, sorry.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. I'm ready on that one. Good morning, Mr. Ruff.
Your Honor, Robert Young, Sumter Township, spoke to the ordinance officer on Mr. Ruff. He's complied with our request, moved to dismiss, and thank Mr. Ruff.
Wonderful. Great job, Mr. Ruff. I love to dismiss him.
Thank you.
All right. Have a lovely day, sir.
Yes, sir. You be blessed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Leanna, are you ready on Simmons and Lamb?
I'm ready on Simmons and Lamb, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Belcher, your appearance for Ms. Simmons?
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Ms. Simmons. Ms. Simmons, will you please state your name for the record, ma'am?
Crystal Elaine Simmons.
Thank you. Your Honor, for arraignment purposes, we waive formal reading and stand mute. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Young this morning. He did offer Ms. Simmons to plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive with the original charge to be dismissed. She does wish to accept that, and I would like to allocate on her behalf before Your Honor imposes sentence.
Sure. Ms. Simmons, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Ms. Belcher.
Yes,
You understand the possible penalty for the added charge today.
yes,
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to that charge freely and voluntarily?
yes,
Did you drive a vehicle in Sumter Township on May 19, 2022 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
yes,
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss the original charge. Ms. Belcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Simmons is on Social Security. Her financial ability to pay is very limited. The reason her license was suspended, she does have a pristine driving record, is that she left a domestic violence situation. She's currently in the process of divorcing her husband. She was married to this gentleman for over 20 years. Her vehicle was left with a friend. The friend did something in the vehicle which caused her to get a ticket that she wasn't aware of that ultimately suspended her license. She did take care of it right away. I would ask Your Honor to consider the hardship that she's going through and possibly waive any fines and costs that you could.
Ms. Simmons, how many kids you got? You're muted.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
How many children do you have?
I have 5.
Right. Are you working?
No, sir, I'm on Social Security. My kids are all grown.
Kids are all adults?
Yes, sir. They all live in Oregon.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to add to what Ms. Belcher has told me before I set the terms of sentence?
No, sir, I just plead with you. My husband tried to end my life. I was advised by the DA to leave, so I left the vehicle with a friend. I didn't know about the suspension. I have a great driving record.
All right. So when you left, you actually left Oregon to come to Michigan?
Yes, sir, because this is where my family is. So I came here with a backpack.
Sure.
That's all I had.
Sure. All right. All right. I'll suspend fines and costs. I wish you luck, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
He has. Enjoy your day, ma'am.
You too.
Thank you, Your
Belcher,
Honor.
you ready on Lamb?
Yes, Your Honor. I am standing in for Daniel Batar on Kathy Lamb.
Ms. Lamb, do you have a video cam you can activate?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Young this morning. It sounds as though Ms. Lamb is taking steps in the right direction. They mentioned an adjournment of 30 days just to make sure everything goes through as planned. If so, I believe their intention would be to dismiss at that next hearing.
All right, so let's adjourn this to July 14th at 9.
Nope, that one's going to be July 25th, Judge, back with you because it's a blight.
No, okay, yeah, okay. July, give me again, July what?
July 25 at 9:40.
Okay, Ms. Lamb, that work?
Yes.
All righty. Have a great day, ma'am.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall, are you ready?
Yes, Judge.
Your appearance for Jeffrey Vantoff, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Hall, appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Vantoff, who appears via the Zoom application here at my office and is seated to my left. He does so without any objection to appearing in that manner today.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vanthal.
Good morning.
What do we got today, Mr. Hall?
Your Honor, in this manner, I talked to Detective Lieutenant Toth yesterday and Mr. Young this morning. We have just received, not just received, but we received from Detective Lieutenant Toth a large amount of video discovery that we are still reviewing, as well as Mr. Young and I are actively negotiating. We're going to set up a meeting where we think we can ultimately negotiate, have a good chance to negotiate this case. We would ask for one more adjournment of this matter. I understand it's been adjourned a couple of times, but we believe there's good cause given the circumstances.
July 14, give you enough time to do what you're trying to do?
I think it would, Judge.
July 14 at 9:50, bond will be continued. Anything else on the file, gentlemen?
Your Honor, my secretary has just shown me that I have an 8:30 in person in Howell that morning.
You want to go a little later that morning work?
Yeah, if we could go 11 o'clock, I can move quick.
I can go 10:40 if that works.
I'll make that happen, Judge.
All right, 10:40 on July 14th.
Thank you very much, Judge. Good to see you again, and thanks again, Mr. Young.
Always. Have a great day, Mr. Van.
Thank you.
Heather, we are ready on Mr. Guglielmente.
Thank you.
On who?
Gugliel. Thank you.
Yeah, what time?
9:10.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Guglielmente.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Guglielmente. Your Honor, today's date time set for arraignment. We would wait for a reading. We would stand mute. As far as the pretrial, Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment to receive some discovery in this matter.
Sir, how are we doing on your name? Guglielmente?
Yes.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Bowditch, if we give you July 14, is that too tight?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Ms. Foley Carter is very good.
All right. How about 9:50 on that morning? Mr. Guglielmente, that work for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, July 14, 9:50 a.m. Let's take care of bond. Anything you want to tell me before I set a personal bond on this one?
Thank
you. Bowditch, is there anything you want to tell me before I set bond?
No, Your Honor.
Sorry. Sir, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. First condition, just stay out of trouble generally. Second condition, cooperate with Mr. Bowditch so we can move this case along and have a meaningful court date on July 14th. Third condition, do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription. You understand those conditions, sir?
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $1,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Bowditch or myself before I terminate?
No.
Enjoy your day.
Your Honor, I'm going to be absent for a minute dealing with some in-house stuff here.
All right.
And Judge, Mr. Villanueva Mendoza, it says that he would like an interpreter. Nobody was informed. It looks like his wife did call on May 31st, but the ball was dropped. It wasn't given to anybody to request one, unfortunately.
Can we do that thing on the phone, or is it just?
I don't think
simpler
we
to
have that
reschedule?
service anymore because of Zoom. I don't know if it's able to be
I think
done.
you're right. I think you're right. All right. All right, so this is Sumter, do 14th again?
Yes.
Excuse me, I have a question. Your Honor, can I'm her wife.
Hold on. Who's talking?
Her wife.
Oh, go put your name on the record, ma'am.
It's Victoria Villanueva.
Good morning. Your
Good morning.
question?
What's up?
I said, your question is?
Yes, I don't know if you guys don't have any translator, if it's okay for you guys, I can translate.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we put you and your husband in a breakout room with one of our court-appointed attorneys
Okay,
and see if we can accomplish anything today?
okay.
Jeff stepped away, but I will put them in the breakout. Oh, you know what? They waived the right. They didn't want an attorney.
Yeah, I just changed that.
Okay. Let me change that.
Judge, Jeff is in here talking to me about a blight case. Did you need him to go back to his office?
I'll put them in the waiting room till him or Leanna's ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you have an offer for Mr. Villanova?
Oh, yeah, I'll do an allowing.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So Rob, I'm assuming Jeff heard that, if he's the one that speaks to the gentleman.
Yeah, I'll make sure he does it. Is Leanna still on? If Leanna's still on, she heard it. Okay.
Or we'll send her a chat if she's not on. Thank you. Is Mr. Smothers waiting to speak to Bowditch?
Nope, we had to put him into the room to speak to the clerk first.
Got it. Looks like he spoke to Jeff last time he was here.
Okay. Miss Horde is here talking with Leanna right now.
Horde, H-O-R-D. Heather.
Judge, I'm going to step away real quick.
Did you see Leanna's got Horde, H-O-R-D?
Correct, yes.
Thanks.
Yep.
Ms. Belcher, are you ready?
Yes, Judge. I'm ready on Miss Horde at 9:40.
Ms. Horde, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to meet with Miss Foley Carter this morning. I know the court's very aware of Miss Horde's situation. She has a number of files outstanding with the city of Huron. Most of them were defaults on civil infractions. I believe Miss Foley Carter totaled it at about 13 cases. Is that correct, Caitlin?
That is correct.
Okay, and the total on that she gave me was around $3,500. We're asking the court to allow us to set some of these defaults aside, to dismiss some of these charges so that Ms. Ford is not buried under a mountain that she cannot climb out of. I don't know how the court would like to accomplish this, but Ms. Foley Carter is willing to reduce the amount down to $1,000.
Ms. Foley doesn't have the ability to do that.
Would we be able to dismiss some if the defaults are set aside and the court can allow us to get as close to that amount as we can?
Somebody's gonna have to convince me why this woman deserves a break. What I
Well,
see is a shitty driver that didn't take care of her business, so sell me.
Judge, this is a situation where Ms. Horde is, she has a difficult home life. This was a situation that the court got me involved in. She is in Section 8 housing. She has no income. The father of her children is not helpful whatsoever. He's in rehab. He's created quite a situation for my client where she's had to pull her children out of school, place them in other schools. She's doing the best that she can to just get by every single day and do right by these children. And unfortunately, the father of the children is doing nothing but making her life and the children's life extremely difficult. Right now, what my client has is a situation where she's just fighting to survive. She's trying to get out of the clutches of CPS.
You got me. You got me. You got me. All right. So before we deal with all the Sumter mess or the Huron mess, are you aware of the fact she's gotten a speeding ticket out of Sumter and a state police file as well?
No, Judge, but we have Sumter here, so I'm sure I can work my charm on Mr. Young.
Yep. Okay. So let's talk about Huron again. So we've got a DWLS file that's been sentenced, correct, Miss Foley Carter?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And then we've got all these civil infractions that are in default.
Right.
Okay. Equipment violation. Ms. Belcher, are any of these civil infractions causing the lady problems other than money?
Your Honor, I mean,
Like points and that kind of stuff?
I would
I'm
have.
looking at defective equipments.
I would have to go through. The ones that are most concerning to me would be a limited access 11 to 15 over. That may carry points.
Yeah.
A speeding 1 to 5 over. The other ones, it doesn't appear as though they would be point violations.
All I'm seeing, I pulled up the 11 to 15, I pulled that. So I've got a defective, an impede, a no proof of insurance, another defective, another no proof, another impede, another defective, another defective, another no proof, another no proof, and 2 more defectives. So that whole stack isn't a problem other than the money. And I understand money's a problem, but it's only a money problem. We agree?
Yes, agreed.
All right. So Madam Prosecutor is willing to set aside a default on the speeding and dismiss it. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's true, Your Honor.
I'll go along with that. All right. And the conversation with you ladies was that if the court could get her financial liability down to $1,000, she can survive that, where she can't survive the 3,000. Is that a recap?
Correct. As low as we could get her. I'm concerned over any financial amount, but obviously that's not realistic to make it go away. So I don't know if Ms. Ward would be able to participate in programs for community service hours. I know the court has considered that in the past, but that was the lowest that Caitlin was willing to kind of work with us on. And I understand that she's doing a lot for us and we're very much appreciative.
Yeah. So, all right, what do we, how many kids, what are we dealing with? Little ones, older ones, how many?
I got 11 to 7.
I'm sorry, Judge, something just happened to the breakout rooms. Oh. Oh my gosh. I didn't touch anything. I don't know what's going on.
Somebody did.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
I haven't either, so I honestly don't know what just happened.
What's your name?
Who are you trying to get in?
Prosecutor and Mr. Bowditch. All right, I think we're back. Miss Ward, you were
Yes,
starting to
sir.
tell me about the kids. Tell me
I
more.
have an 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Okay, that's a good age group for what I'm thinking about. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Ms. Hort, are you in a position to make any kind of regular monthly payments now?
Not as of right now. Not as of right now,
Okay.
sir. I am actually currently just trying to survive to get my children back and forth to school. Tomorrow is the last day. And then summertime happens. And then me and my CPS worker decided that I would spend the summer with my children since I didn't get to last year or last summer. And then as they go to school, so it'd be easier on me. So I didn't have to pay a babysitter and transportation and everything like that. That when they went to school, I would go back to work around the places that I lived around, which is
Okay.
there's multiple
All right.
places.
All right, here's what I'm proposing. I'll go along with the prosecutor's generosity to take this total down to $1,000.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
What I'd like to see you do is first, because I understand money's tight right now.
Yes, sir.
Start doing some community service hours. Ms.
Okay.
Belcher, put her in contact with Mr. Taylor for our community enrichment program. He can tell her what her options are. Start doing some community service hours with those kids, with those ages. If you get inventive, you should be able to find some place where you're taking the kids. The kids think you're taking them for fun, but you're volunteering and getting some community service hours.
Yep.
I'm thinking
I
like
live
the Boys
right
and
down the
Girls
street.
Club.
I live right
We
down the
got
street
two
from the
Boys and
YMCA.
Girls Clubs, so I'm sorry.
I live right down the street from the YMCA.
Yeah,
So like, we had
That-
talked
that's
about that
probably-
last time.
yeah, that's probably doable.
Okay.
I'd also like to see you start making some kind of payments when you're able to do so.
Okay.
But as long as you're keeping your hours coming in on a regular basis, that shows me that you're making an attempt to take care of your files, so I'm gonna work with
Yep. Okay.
you. All right, so that takes care of all the Huron stuff. Ms. Belcher's gonna have to talk to the prosecutor about your speeding ticket out of Sumter.
Okay.
And we've also got this February 2022 misdemeanor that was Michigan State Police ticket. That one you owe $445 on. I'm just gonna set that one up for a review.
Okay. I had proof of
After
insurance when he stopped me.
Okay, this was a
I think he stopped me because my brake
Pre-trial.
light was out.
yeah, but you pled this down to a charge and have already been sentenced. So what I'm
Okay.
gonna do is I'm just gonna put this up for a review after 60 days. So we'll
Okay.
see where you're at and we'll deal with that 445.
Okay.
All right, so you chill somewhere until Mr. Young. 1 to 5. She don't have anything. All right, Mr. Young is in my courtroom right now. He heard some of your story. He said he's willing to dismiss this ticket.
Okay. That is awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Nord, you have been extremely blessed today.
Oh, yes, I know I have been. I'm trying to also
Yeah.
see my daughter graduate.
All right. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much for all your help.
Thank Ms. Belcher. She's the one that's twisting the arms
Thank you.
today.
Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. All of you, every single one of you there.
You're welcome. You guys, what do we got?
Your Honor, we have Mr. Beaver. Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, appearing on behalf of Mr. Beaver. Your Honor, as far as the arraignment waived while we're reading stand mute, as far as the pretrial, Your Honor, we spoke with the ordinance officer. We'd like to adjourn this 60 days. There is an issue on his property that he's going to take care of, and he would need the. 60 days. He works, he's also a is improving the property, Your Honor. Even all the neighbors got together and signed a note
Beautiful.
that said that they're pleased with the progress
Beautiful.
he's doing.
Okay.
And I think in the next 60 days, they'll be more pleased.
All right, Heather, you got me?
Yes.
We have any dates in, Sumter dates in August?
Not yet, Judge. I have not talked to Rob about a Sumter date yet. If you're talking about for the violations.
Yeah, it'd be one of our special dockets. Rob's in the courtroom, so if you can throw out a date, can you check it?
Rob, August 8th or August 15th?
15.
What a surprise. Defense took the last day.
I could have answered that question without even looking at it. So.
All right, August 15th, 9 a.m.
Yep.
Heather, that work?
Yep, that works, Judge.
Agreed? Keep it up. Thanks, gentlemen.
Mr. Smothers, have you talked to Mr. Bowditch already? You're muted. Yep.
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to put you in the breakout room with him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'll send Mr. Bowdish back to his breakout room as soon as I'm done with him live in court.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeff Bowditch appearing on behalf of Mr. Jones.
How you doing, sir?
Great.
Your Honor, today's date and time set for pre-trial in this matter. I have spoken with the prosecutor, I've spoken with the ordinance officer.
Can he speak up, Judge? I can't hear anything.
Just closer to the mic.
Your Honor, I have spoken with the prosecutor. I have spoken with the ordinance officer. There are some things on Mr. Jones's property that are still an issue. It has been going, I guess, since last September. So we probably need to have some sort of ruling on this. There are specifically motor vehicles that, according to the ordinance officer, should be removed. Mr. Jones is somewhat reluctant. And here we are.
Okay, so procedurally, it looks like, I'm looking at the file, it looks like Mr. Jones entered a guilty plea on December 9th, and it was taken under a 6-month delayed sentence. With a notation, remove all blight within 90 days. So the 6 months is over. The problem's still there.
Some of it has been cured.
Okay. All right.
There are remaining vehicles.
Are the vehicles the only remaining problem from the township standpoint?
Ain't nothing wrong with the
Hold
motor
on,
home.
hold on.
It's a big motor home that's not covered over completely. It doesn't have license plates on it. There's 2 cars, or at least 2 cars, maybe 3 cars. I can't tell. I haven't been back on the property. You're supposed to call me and let me back there, but it didn't take place.
Okay.
So there's at least 2 or 3 cars covered over in the back and by the property line next to his neighbor who has been watching this for 10 years.
So what's the problem with the motorhome? It's not licensed? Is that the issue?
It looks dilapidated and kind of bad.
Sir, I'm going to give you your chance, but you're not going to interrupt him.
I could try to find a picture over here and show you a picture of
Just,
it.
I want to know what the violation is. Tell me what it's violating.
It's not, doesn't have any license plate on it. I'm not sure if it's operational or not. I haven't had a chance to even check that.
Okay. So the ordinance,
Not covered over either.
the ordinance requires it to be licensed and operational, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just like a motor vehicle, a Chevy or a pickup, it's got to be
Right, 'cause
operational.
It's got the engine, yeah.
And it's got to be licensed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's pretty simple, Mr. Jones. All the things on your property, all those things that can drive down the road, are they licensed and can they drive down the road?
They can drive down the road, sir. My nephew's supposed to be buying my motor home.
Okay.
I talked to him last month, just before this month in, and he said, give him a little more time to get a loan for it.
Okay.
If he don't, then I'm gonna license myself sometime this month, and I'm gonna drive it myself.
Okay. What about the other vehicles on site?
I got 2 more there. You got cover on them. Car podium cost me $135. It's
Okay.
the top place I bought and put on there. And if you go around the corner, there's several houses around there got tarpaulin on their cars.
Okay.
Just
Sir,
like
there
I
are
got.
probably thousands of cars in Sumter that violate the ordinance. I'm talking about yours.
I got tarpaulin
So
on.
that's not satisfying the ordinance. What I hear from the township is their ordinance doesn't require it to be tarped. It requires it to be licensed and operable. Am I misspeaking?
What about the rest of the cars all around my house?
Sir,
They're like that.
sir, have you ever fished? Have you ever fished?
Of what?
You ever go fishing?
I go fishing sometime
Okay.
with my nephew.
Do you ever catch all the fish?
No, I don't catch them.
He can't catch all the fish either. We're only going to talk about your fish
I know, that's
in
why
your pond.
That's why I don't know why you picking on me.
Because
All you
somebody
gotta do is-
complained. I'm going to tell you. I've been doing this a long time. I'm going to tell you why he's picking on you. And I put that in air quotes. Because somebody complained about your vehicles. Somebody complained. It drew the township's attention to your situation. Those ones you drive by, if somebody started complaining about them, then the officer would probably be out there.
I tell you what, the two cars they talking about, they for two and the motor home.
Okay.
I have it all done this month. I get rid of the two cars.
Okay.
And the motor home, if it's on my nephew don't buy, I'll put a license plate on.
Deal, because here's what we're gonna do.
I ain't got no problem.
I am finding that your delayed sentence has been violated. The terms of your delayed sentence have been violated. And I'm going to put you on probation for 30 days. If in that 30 days, those three vehicles aren't either plated or gone, then I'm going to put you in jail or hit you with fines and costs, one of the two.
I ain't got a problem with that.
Deal?
Yeah. I will have license plate on.
Are you sure?
As long as I put temporary, like I said, I put license plate on. If I don't sell them, I'll put, you want me to put license plate on?
They have to be legal to go down the road, which means they can go down the road. Physically, you can turn the key, you can start it up, you can drive it down the road. That means it's operable and it's licensed.
I understand.
That satisfied the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay?
I understand.
So as long as everything on your property, motor homes, well, I shouldn't say that. You might have a tractor. That doesn't have to go down the road. Motor vehicles, motor home, as long as they're licensed and you can take them down the road, then you're okay with the township, which means you're okay with me.
I got no problem.
Okay? 30 days. You're sure that's enough?
Can I get
Nephew's loan or no loan?
2 months?
I'll tell you what. Are you okay with the July 14th court date?
August 15th, which is the same date that Roberts will be here for the previous matter.
That's 6 weeks. He's giving you 6 weeks. No, 8 weeks, 9 weeks.
9 weeks?
August 15th. He's being very generous.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so let me make a note.
Here, can you write this down? This is next date, August 15th. What time, Your Honor?
What time did we give you the last one?
9 in the morning.
9 a.m.
Was it 9? So that's August 15.
Thank you, sir.
9 a.m. Mr. Jones, I hope you hear my heart. I don't want to fine you or put you in jail. I just want them to be done.
Sir, if you take a look down this street and all the motor.
I have. Listen, I know. You know why I love Sumter? Because Sumter is pretty much one of those places where you can do what you want to do as long as you don't bother your neighbor.
I bring a couple of kids in every week to clean my property.
Listen, I understand there are lots of people in Sumter that are violating the same ordinance you do, but you're the one that I'm got in front of me.
Yeah, at 9 o'clock, motor homes and the cars have to be plated and operable.
They will.
Or gone. Gone's an option.
I wrote a note.
They will. They will.
This is a great time to sell cars. The prices are still up, so.
Hey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Yes,
Leanna, are you ready on Mr. Villanueva Mendoza?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Almost there for you, Ms. Belcher. Hold on.
Not a problem, Judge.
And Rob, when we're done, you have somebody in your waiting room to speak to, please.
Oh, I thought I pulled it. There we go. All right. Ms. Belcher, your appearance for Mr. Villanova Mendoza.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of the defendant. Sir, can you state your name?
Eduardo Villanueva Mendoza.
Your Honor, this is a case where we need a Spanish interpreter. His wife is seated next to him and she is doing the translation. What I also think will be in the client's best interest, and I did speak with Crystal Medina. I tried to get approval from Teresa, but I haven't heard back. This client's gonna have some immigration issues. So I'm asking for an adjournment and asking the case to be assigned to Miss Medina. She welcomes the case. I think that's in the client's best interest.
You want July 14th, enough time?
Yes, and Crystal is fine with that date as well.
This is Teresa, and I'm fine with that being given to Crystal. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Teresa.
Good morning.
All right, so we're gonna adjourn it till July 14th at 9:50 and assign it to, and how do you spell Crystal's last name?
Medina.
Oh, just how it should be. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Villanova Mendoza, do you understand that?
Yes.
What time?
All right. Have a great day. Mrs. Mendoza, thank you for your help.
I have a question, sorry. What time was it?
9:50.
9:50.
950.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Judge, is that back with you or is that switching courtrooms?
I think the 14th is courtroom 1.
Okay. It will be a different meeting ID, ma'am.
Okay, you say 1, right? Courtroom,
Yes.
courtroom
Yeah.
1, okay. Okay,
I'm pretty sure it's Judge Martin's courtroom that day.
okay, I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Heather, you still there?
I am, Judge.
Got anything ready?
I'm sorry.
Got anything ready?
Nope, everybody's either waiting to speak to attorneys and or Rob speaking to somebody right now.
Can you give me run through your breakout rooms and tell me who's here so I can pull some files?
Yep, 1 second. Right now we have Brittany Beck at 9:10.
Beck, B.
B as in boy, ECK.
Thank you.
Crystal Tackett, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Leonard Smothers. He's going to be at 9:30.
Yep.
Tiger Moore, 9:30.
I'm sorry, Moore.
Yep, correct.
Thank you.
And then Daryl Floyd.
Floyd. What time was Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, he was here earlier. His attorney's here now.
What time is on the docket?
10 a.m.
Thank you. And are we ready on Floyd?
No. Wait a minute. Miss Wixon, did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
I have not spoken with her since we've gotten this new notice. So yes, I think that would be helpful.
All right. Caitlin, did you want to go in there? Rob, are you ready? I'm back.
We're ready on Beck.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beck, I understand you have waived your right to talk to a court-appointed attorney today. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, what are we doing today, Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. Beck and I was pleased to understand that there's been some addressing of the concerns. My understanding is she's finished her virtual schooling as represented to me in any event. What I said to her is I would be willing to ask the court to accept the guilty plea, taken under advisement for 9 months. My only concern is that she be back in school next September. The court would have about a 6-month review or jurisdiction at that point to make sure that she's in school. With that, I would have no objection. And I also indicated that I also have no objection to waiving fines and costs, but that was your prerogative, not mine. So with that, turn it over to her.
Okay, Ms. Beck, you understand the possible penalty for this charge?
Yes, I do.
You understand your rights and options?
Yes.
Okay, understanding that, are you pleading guilty under those conditions?
Yes, I am.
All right. Refresh my memory. I know we spoke before, but tell me what was going on leading up to February 9 that we had attendance issues with, is it Axon?
No, Iris.
Iris, go ahead.
She was being bullied nonstop. Her anxiety was through the roof. I had to jump through hoops in order to get her into virtual schooling, but as soon as we did, she completed all her courses and is living her best life right now.
Good, good. How old is she?
She just turned 14. She's going into the 9th grade next year.
Okay, yeah, tough time period.
Yeah.
All right, so the plan is next year she's gonna be back going to live school, brick and mortar?
I'm hoping so. We're going to look into the WAVE program through Washtenaw County for her,
Yep.
where my oldest goes.
Yep, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, all right, so I'll accept your guilty plea, 9-month delayed sentence, no court costs. As long as we got things going on, it sounds like they're on track now, so as long as they're on track 9 months from now, then we're just gonna close it out, no problem.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
If you're having any problems, contact my probation department.
Okay.
I've got a juvenile probation officer named Christina Oswald. She's got all kinds of resources available she could share with you. Might be able to help you
Thank you
out.
so much.
All right, good luck.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wixon, did you need to speak to your client?
No, I'm all set.
Thank you.
You're appearing for Mr. Floyd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, your appearance for Mr. Floyd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sarah Wixon on behalf of Daryl Floyd.
What are we doing today?
We received a notice to appear.
No kidding.
Your Honor, if I may,
What are we doing today?
we're just going to adjourn. I'm going to get a copy of the citation to Ms. Wixom, and we're going to exchange some discovery.
How far out you want to go?
That July 14th date is fine with me.
Okay. Counsel, how about 10:10 in the morning?
10:10 is fine with me, Your Honor.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes, Your Honor.
10:10 on July 14.
That is fine, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Rob, did you end up speaking to a Mr. Snook? Oh, it looks like we lost Rob.
I just moved him, Heather, because I've been trying to get a hold of him. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's fine. I just didn't know. Can you ask him when you talk to him if he spoke to a Snook, S-N-O-O-K?
Yep, I'll talk to him.
Thanks so much. Mr. Bowditch, you're ready on Smothers?
Yes, Heather, I am. Heather, I also have another in-person Miss Tackett that I have to leave and talk to.
They put, So she is here in person because I know that they had her downstairs on Zoom.
Yeah, now she's upstairs and she's waiting to talk to me.
All right, perfect. So Mr. Tiger Moore, are you ready on that one or?
The only thing I'm ready on right now, Heather, is
Is
Mr.
Smothers. Okay, thank you.
Appearance for that one, Mr. Bowditch.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Leonard Smothers, Your Honor. Today's the date and time, I believe, set for a pretrial in this matter. We have talked to the prosecutor. Mr. Smothers is going to plead guilty to violation of the parental responsibility, namely a truancy issue. At the time, the family was experiencing some difficulties. They had a separation in the family. The family is now back together. The missus is back home, and they anticipate that the two older children have applied and have been accepted for online school, and the youngest child will be attending. So the problem has been corrected, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Smothers, you understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to the charge today?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell me what was going on leading up to April 28th to make you think you're guilty of this charge? What was the problem with the attendance issues?
I was a single parent trying to like get everything in order, but like I was working midnights and like I would come home tired and then fighting with the kids and getting them to school. And like I even talked to like my son's teachers and everything, and they worked with me. And like I was going in there and like having teacher meetings and stuff inside the school.
Right.
And I have another one Monday. I go in there and they're talking about seeing what they're doing for him next year and stuff, because they was understanding the problems too. He was going through depression, and I got a therapist, talking to a therapist and everything. And then I mean, I was even calling the police station to come and like take him to school and stuff, but they said like they really couldn't force him in there like theirself or whatever. They couldn't force him into school because he would always like try to say he's sick or something and calling off. Like I would actually take him there and then they would call me back to come pick him up.
Yep. How old the kids we talking about?
My youngest is 13. And like my daughter, she was going online schooling at the time, but I guess they ended up canceling the online schooling. And I thought she was still going on there. So I thought she was still getting credits, but I guess the principal called me like 2 months in and it was like, oh, your daughter's not attending. And I was like, I thought she's still online. Like, 'cause she was still going online because I saw her online, but I guess she wasn't getting the credits for it because they canceled her.
Got it. All right, Mr. Bowditch, Ms. Caitlin Foley, Foley Carter, are you both satisfied with the plea?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Smothers, I'm going to put you on a delayed sentence for 9 months. During that time period, no further problems. If you're having issues, reach out to Mr. Bowditch. He can put you in contact with people here that might be able to help you out. No
Okay.
court cost at this time. Understood?
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor. Heather, I'm going to excuse myself again and talk to Ms. Tech.
Huh? So what did I do?
No attorney yet, Judge.
Thank you.
Here's Mr. Amadeo now. Mr. Amadeo, do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
Briefly, if I may, thank you.
Sure. And that's Caitlin.
Back, Heather.
All right. Can you go into your breakout room? Tiger Moore is in there waiting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Amadeo, are you ready?
We are, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, appearances for the people versus Joshua Warner.
Caitlin Foley Carter on behalf of Huron Township, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Amadeo, P76194, for behalf of Mr. Warner. We're both appear via Zoom. Waiver right to be present in person. Josh, please say your name so Judge Oakley knows you're present.
Joshua Eisen Warner.
Good morning, Mr. Warner.
Good morning.
Where are we at, counsel?
I believe we have a resolution. I'll let the prosecutor put the offer on the record.
We do, Your Honor. The offer is allowed unlicensed driver to drive and a $500 double parking. In exchange, we'll be dismissing the original charges of drove while license suspended and no proof of insurance.
That's an accurate recitation, Your Honor.
All right, so the problem is I don't have a civil infraction file with me.
It might have been, this was, if you recall, Your Honor, this was a motion to set aside or withdraw plea.
Right.
And originally we dismissed the no proof of insurance as part of the drove while license suspended.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the no proof of insurance was reopened when the DWLS.
I don't think it was.
It was not, Judge. Sorry, it wasn't pulled.
Thank you, Heather. So today's deal is plea to allow unlicensed driver to operate, drove while license suspended, denied, or dismissed. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Warner, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Amadeo?
Yes.
Understanding the rights and options you have and the possible penalty for the charge, how do you want to plead today?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township on November 28, 2021 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Attorney types, are you satisfied with the plea?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I am too. I'll accept the plea to the added charge, dismiss the drove while license suspended charge. Anything I should know before I sentence?
Your Honor, he's trying to get his license back. He has turned his life around. The prosecutor was gracious to allow us this opportunity, And if we want to add the double parking, he's ready to pay his fines as soon as possible. I just want to try and make him legal again, Judge. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. All right. Mr. Warner, anything you want to add to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Fines and costs on this file, $500 due within 5 days. If that's not an option, you're gonna have to get on our website under the Contact Us tab and make other arrangements. Anything else?
No, thank you, Judge.
Judge, can
Good
we
luck with your
clear?
license, Mr.
Can we
Warner.
clarify the AUDO is the 500 and is the no insurance going to be changed to double parking? No, because it was already
No.
dismissed. Okay, so it's just the
No.
500
Correct.
allow. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Judge. Take care, Caitlin. Thank you.
Sure thing, Bill.
What's your name? I think we're waiting for Mr. Bowditch.
No, Counselor Felch's.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
It's all right. Ms. Belcher, your appearance for Ms. Tackett.
Leanna Belcher on behalf of Ms. Tackett. Ms. Tackett, will you state your name, ma'am, for the judge? Thank you. And Your Honor, I probably would have made more sense for Mr. Bowditch to handle this because he was in person, but she was in the waiting room and I snagged her out, so I started working the file.
No, that's great.
I understand it's set for a show cause. There's a history of Ms. Tackett not appearing. I can provide some explanation to the court, but ultimately what we're looking to do is have the warrant recalled, a personal bond set, and have this matter adjourned. I did speak with Mr. Young. We are going to try to work towards a resolution. I believe Ms. Tackett has some legal paperwork she needs to provide to me so that I can show Mr. Young, and we may set up a visit for Mr. Young, Mr. Gregory, and myself to go look at the actual property. As far as her history of non-appearance, Your Honor, she's very bad at operating a phone. That was part of the reason why she was having difficulty getting connected, but also during that period of time, her boyfriend was going through an extreme hardship. He had an addiction. He ultimately took his own life. So her focus was misplaced. She did walk herself in today. She did appear at the courthouse. We're asking Your Honor to give her another chance with me as her counsel.
Thank you. What's the next time we've got you scheduled for stuff, Ms. Belcher?
Judge, that has to be July 25th because it is a blight
Oh,
with
it's a special
Sumter
docket.
and it's
Yep,
live.
thank you. All right, so July 25th, the next date?
Yep.
And that's live, so you don't have to worry about Zoom.
I don't know how to operate.
No, it's live. So just
Okay.
come to court like you did
Yeah.
today.
No, you're awesome.
All right, you're all set.
Thank you.
What time, Judge? I'm sorry.
10
9,
o'clock.
10.
10 o'clock.
Leanna, do you have all of her information?
She did provide some phone numbers, but what she's going to do is actually walk over and see Mr. Bowditch, and he's going to give her my cell phone number.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Heather,
Yes.
is Jeff pretty good about his chats?
I'm sorry.
Is Jeff pretty good about checking his chats if you send him a chat message?
I can send him a text message. He's good with that.
All right, yeah, tell him to let the lady know she's got a payment plan on other files. It's supposed to start on June 20. I missed it when she was in the courtroom.
Okay. Rob, you have somebody in your waiting room. That's not the one I just gave you, was it, Judge?
No,
Okay.
I didn't check that one. Maybe that one's bad too. No, the one you gave me is good.
All right. So if you want to pull Jeremy Miller, Judge, that is at 10:10. He is in the clerk meeting room right now, giving information. And then Brian Snook, also at 10:10. He's in with Rob.
So Leanna,
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Garrett came in yesterday and told the court administrator that he would not appear for today's motion because he had a visitation with his son. And if he missed that visitation, it would be a black mark on his record.
All set. All right.
He did make mention of some child custody things that he was going through.
Good morning, Mr. Snook. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bout or Mr. Young, is there an offer for Mr. Snook to consider?
Add account of allowing if he pleads guilty, other charges, all the remaining charges are dismissed, Your Honor.
Both original charges would go away?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Snook, do you understand the possible penalty for allow unlicensed driver to operate?
Yes, sir.
And I understand you have waived your right to speak to a court-appointed attorney today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Generally speaking, you understand the rights that you give up today by entering a guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you want to do today is enter a guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Sir, did you drive a vehicle in Sumter Township on May 13, 2022 while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge and dismiss the original charge of drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. Your license reinstated now?
No, sir. I'd like to try to get that to happen.
All right. What do you need to do to get, what do you need to clean up? What's holding you from getting your license?
The state has not approved me to get it back. So I don't know what means to go through to do that. If you can steer me in the right direction, or if someone can steer me in the right direction, I'd appreciate that.
Were your license privileges, were your driving privileges taken away as a result of a drinking and driving charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to tell you what the same advice I have given everybody over the last 20 plus years. Hire an attorney that does a lot of those driver's license restoration hearings, because there's a lot of little ins and outs. If you're not in that system a lot, you'll waste time, you'll waste money, and you're just far better ahead if you hire somebody that does that as a major part of their practice.
Okay, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. They know how to set you up so that when you go in for a hearing, you got a good chance to get your privileges.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. I will accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss both the original charge in keeping with your agreement with the prosecutor. Is there anything you'd like me to understand, or anything you want to tell me before I sentence you?
No, sir. Other than just steer me in the right direction and try to get my license reinstated,
Okay.
I'm good. I appreciate it.
Good luck with that. On today's file, the fines and costs total $500. That money is due within 5 days. If that's a problem, you'll have to go to our website or come in person, or go on our website under the Contact Us tab. You can make arrangements other than paying within 5 days.
We have collections today, Judge.
Okay, we do. All right. So if you need to talk about other arrangements, sir, I can put you into a breakout room with somebody right now.
If they take debit, I will pay today.
We can do it with debit, but if you do it online, it's going to cost you extra money. I see you're local. If you can come to the court, it's still going to cost you extra money because it's debit. There's a third-party vendor fee.
I'll pay the third-party vendor fee. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Any questions, sir?
No, sir. I'm all set.
All right. Good luck with your license.
Thank you, bud.
You're welcome. Mr. Bowditch, are you ready on Mr. Moore?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your appearance.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Moore. Your Honor, today's date time set for pretrial in this matter. I've spoken with the prosecutor. Mr. Moore wishes to plead guilty to an added count of operating while visibly impaired, with the understanding his original charges would be dismissed.
Mr. Moore, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
You discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of that, is it your intention today to plead guilty to that added charge?
Yes, sir.
And are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
Freely.
On March 13, 2022, did you drive a vehicle in Huron Township after consuming alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bowditch, would you stipulate to a BAC?
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that BAC?
It was considered a high BAC, Your Honor, above the 1.7.
It was a 0.17, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you two satisfied with the factual basis for the plea?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Moore, I've accepted your plea to the added charge. I'm dismissing the original charge. The next step is you'll hear from our probation department. They'll schedule a pre-sentence interview by Zoom. Based on that interview, they'll put together a report and recommendation. You'll also find out when you're going to be sentenced. The sentencing will be live. You'll meet with Mr. Bowditch and myself, and the three of us will discuss that report and anything else that you two want me to hear about, and then I will determine your sentence terms. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I will continue your bond. Do you have any questions for Mr. Bowditch before I terminate you?
No, sir.
That sounded a little harsh. Before I let you go from the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Have a good day, Mr. Moore.
You as well.
It did sound a little harsh.
Mr. Hall, you're back.
Yes, good to see you again, Judge.
What's up?
We have Mr. Miller up for arraignment and pretrial. He is in my office, seated to my left.
All right, I'm ready for you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Hall, appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Miller, who is seated to my left, appearing via Zoom without objection today.
Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning.
Did you need to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Hall?
Well, Your Honor, I think it's actually not at this time. We are still awaiting police report and discovery, and we'll conduct that accordingly. But just figured we'd get Mr. Miller arraigned here.
All right, would you waive formal reading?
We would, and stand mute to the charge, Your Honor.
I'll enter a not guilty plea for Mr. Miller. July 14th, give you enough time to get discovery?
It gives us a good time, at least to get a good chunk of it, Your Honor. I think that, and we're already there on that. Did we set one for that date? Yeah, we're already there at 10:40 that day.
Let's do this one at the same time then.
You got it. Sounds good to me. Your Honor, Mr. Miller does, he works in sales for General RV. He does travel out of state for work purposes. He's also been sober since date of incident, and we would ask Your Honor to consider allowing him to travel out of state for work purposes.
Sure. All right. Mr. Miller, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. A couple conditions. The first one, just generally speaking, stay out of trouble. Second one, cooperate with Mr. Hall so we can have a meaningful court date on July 14th. Do not purchase, possess, or consume any mood-altering substance unless you've got a doctor's prescription. And I'll make a notation in the file that travel out of state for work is no problem.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're welcome. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $1,000 if you mess up on bond?
I do.
Any questions?
None, Your Honor.
Have a great day, gentlemen.
Thank you. You as well. Great to see you again.
You too. Thank you.
Judge, if you want to grab a couple of files.
Go ahead.
Last name is Beaudry, B-E-A-U, at 1020.
Got it.
And Dominic Johnson at 10:30.
Johnson? Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Nope, got it.
Okay, thank
Johnson
you.
and Beaudry.
Yes. Also, it looks like a Chelsea Graham. Marianne's having a problem with her with no audio, but she's trying to get through to her at 10:20.
Okay. Thank you.
Rob, you're ready on Beaudry?
Yes.
All right, it'll be just a minute.
That's freezing.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Mr. Beaudry.
Sorry, Your Honor, did you call Mr. Boudreaux's case?
I did.
Your Honor, Robert Young, Sumter Township, moved to dismiss without prejudice. I don't think we'll have another problem on this. I appreciate his cooperation.
Mr. Beaudry, that okay with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Goodbye. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thanks.
Leanna, you're ready on Johnson?
Correct.
Thank you.
Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leanna Belcher on behalf of Dominic Johnson. Mr. Johnson, can you please state your name for the record?
Dominic Johnson.
Thank you. For arraignment purposes, Your Honor, we waive formal reading and stand mute. I did have an opportunity to pre-try this case. It's going to be a plea under HIDA for 3 months to soliciting.
And Mr. Johnson, do you have a camera you can activate?
No, sir, I do not. Not at this moment.
All right. You understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights and options after discussing this matter with Ms. Belcher?
Yes, sir.
Understanding all of this, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the charge?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Belcher, incident date was June 4. Can you get me a factual basis through some questioning?
Yes, Mr. Johnson, on that date, sir, is it true that you were in Huron Township?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were operating an ice cream truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it true, sir, that you went to the Huron Estates and you were selling ice cream without proper permits and documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
I would be satisfied.
I gotta look at the ticket to see what kind of killjoy writes the ice cream man a ticket.
It's the Huron Estates officers, Judge.
Wait till I see Officer Zernick.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm satisfied with the factual basis. What should I know before I sentence this heinous criminal?
He did change his employment field. He is now working for Spirit Airlines. He's 26 years old now. I understand this is an older file, so he would have been HIDA eligible at the time of the offense. Nothing major on his criminal history that he mentioned to me. I did try to encourage him to become a pilot, so we'll see if one day we fly on a flight with Mr. Johnson.
You need a license for that too, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And I think they take that a little bit more seriously than selling ice cream.
True.
Anything you want me to know, Mr. Johnson?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck on that new job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
What was the problem? We had so many failed appears on this. Looks like, looking at the file, looks like we had a lot of trouble getting you into court on time.
The first time that I did have the court date, I ended up missing the Zoom call. I had another date I was supposed to be going to do something else, and I got my days mixed up.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, we already forfeited a bond from you, so I'll just waive fines and costs today. 3 months, just stay out of trouble. We'll close this file out.
And Your Honor, I think if I'm not mistaken, an additional bond might have been posted back on 5/31.
I don't know about that. Let's look.
From the notes, I see it says.
Yes, yeah. So we'll return 90% of that one. Did you post that, sir, or did somebody post it for you?
I posted both of those.
Okay, all right, so the first one we took, you're not getting it back. The second one, the 250 or the $150 one, you're gonna get 90% of that. We keep the 10% bond fee.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Good luck at
Yes,
Spirit.
sir. I appreciate it. You all have a wonderful day.
You as well.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
I always thought Phil Zernick was just a big kid, but obviously not.
Maybe he's lactose intolerant.
That was good.
That was a good one, Caitlin. I
mean,
like
that was punny on 2 levels.
Well, good.
I'm pretty impressed, Caitlin. I'm pretty impressed.
Thanks, Judge. If he is, I feel his pain, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess by definition, anybody that wrote the ice cream guy a ticket would be lactose intolerant.
Hopefully.
All right. Is it me or is this docket dragging heels today?
I thought we were doing great. I felt like it was a good pace. I was always working. Jeff was always with someone.
Be quiet then.
Are you all done for the day?
I think there's someone in with Jeff and there's someone else in with the clerk. So we're winding down.
Got you. Caitlin, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. I miss you.
I miss you all too. That's why I jumped on today. I have to, look at the attorneys here and there anyways, but I was kind of missing my home court.
Aw.
We'll
I
have
miss you too, Teresa.
Oh, I miss you too. It's getting warmer, so maybe we can have something where, we can go outside and have some food or something.
I'm always in when there's food.
Oh, sounds good. We did invite you all, Heather, I don't know if you got the email yet, but the regional office is having like a picnic meet and greet for July 15th. And so
Nice.
we expanded the invite, not just for the indigent defense attorneys, but for the court staff and judges that we work with. So it should have gone to Mariah. So you should get the invite.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Welcome.
Caitlin, you have somebody in your waiting room?
Thanks.
Thanks.
Judge,
Yes.
for Daryl Garrett, I know I no longer represent him, but would the court allow me, if the court hasn't already, make a motion for an adjournment?
Let's wait until the prosecutor's here.
Okay.
here's what we did. We told, I don't know if I already told you to stop me, but after he told Mariah he wouldn't be here, and Mariah told me, I said, send him an email that says he better be here Friday morning at 9 o'clock with documentation of where he was Thursday at 1. So, I mean, if he brings on something legitimate that shows he was at some kind of CPS ordered, blah, 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 then fine, but.
Because we have a jury
Unfortunately,
trial scheduled Monday, Leanna, for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's played this game before. He doesn't show up when he's scheduled, but he shows up the next day. You know, it's like a game with him. He just wants to make sure we understand he's in charge, not us.
No, I understand. I just know that he did find out about the son, and that was something that was very concerning to him. And he's mentioned it several times to me. So I know that's an issue that he's that's priority in Mr. Garrett's mind is his son.
And I hopefully you know that you know that kind of stuff's important to me too.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's got to be legitimate. I'm just in. If he's using his kid as a BS excuse, that's like saying you've got cancer to raise money when you're not sick.
No, I understand, Judge.
Maybe it might not be that bad, but it's
bad. It's bad. And you know, I just can't help myself. Even though Mr. Garrett is turning me, I just wanted to try to assist.
Well, you know, and unfortunately, this motion, you know, I've given more thought to this motion than I give to any 3 motions. You know, because it's something out of the box that the prosecutor's looking at. And I can't tell you how many times I've had the thought, Mr. Garrett, you should have listened to me. I tried to save you from yourself. You should have taken an attorney because this is a case where you need somebody that can argue for you.
No, I understand. I understand, Judge.
Because what I'm torn with today is, like I told Heather, if he doesn't show up, it puts me in a position where I've got to argue, because if Greco asked for a win, I think he's entitled to it because the guy didn't show up for his motion. But
Right.
Greco's going to have to convince me that what he's asking me to do, I can do. So
Understood.
That's the kind of stuff. Those cases make my tail wag when I got 2 attorneys that have both researched the issue. They both understand their arguments and they can give it to me so I can, you know, wade through it. I love that stuff. He's cheated me out of that.
I know he has. Well, I can jump on if needed. I don't know. I mean, I've been fired. I don't know. You let me know.
Yeah, I know. You're just trying to save him from himself too.
Judge Sloan Petroleum is ready.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
All right, appearances for Sloan Petroleum.
That's me, Dana Martin.
Are you an attorney, Miss Martin?
No, I am not. It's my father's company. He owns Sloan Petroleum, and he asked me to call in today and see if I would. He hasn't got an attorney yet and wanted to see if we could postpone this for 2 weeks.
Ms. Foley, any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor. I've already contacted the officer who hasn't appeared yet, and I've told him that he no longer needs to appear today. So I have no problem with the postponement.
All right.
Judge, I
Ma'am,
won't.
we'll adjourn this.
Sorry, we won't
Go ahead,
have a
Heather.
date. We have to give that file to Mary Ann to figure out her next available formal hearing.
Okay, I'll just get it in the mail then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just making a note. We're adjourning for defense to hire an attorney. Defendant to hire an attorney.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
luck,
Your
ma'am.
Honor.
Okay, you attorney types. I just got a resume. Somebody just handed me a resume. Kid's got a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice, specialization in Homeland Security. Did anybody know that you could specialize in Homeland Security?
I did not. What school gives that distinction?
Oakland U.
Okay.
Interesting. I wonder, is that more targeted? I guess you want to do something like Border Patrol, FBI.
Right.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Jeff, are you ready?
Heather, you got
Yes, I'm Miss Graham. Yes, Your Honor. Or, yes,
Let me bring her back into the main session. Okay.
Mr. Bowditch, your appearance for Miss Graham, please.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Chelsea Graham. Your Honor, today's date time set for arraignment. We would waive formal reading, stand mute. We've had a chance to pre-try this. Ms. Graham would be pleading guilty to an added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive her vehicle with the understanding the two original charges, driving while license suspended and a registration plate violation, would be dismissed.
Ms. Graham, you understand the possible penalty for the added charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bowditch?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge of allowing a licensed driver to operate?
Yes.
Did you drive a vehicle in Sumter on May 15, 22?
Yes, I did.
At the time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied?
Correct.
I'll accept your plea to the added charge. I'll dismiss both of the original charges.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. What should I know about Miss Graham before I sentence?
Your Honor, Ms. Graham is in the process of clearing up all her old tickets and everything. She's doing well.
All right, you're working, ma'am?
Part-time. I have a lot of medical issues going on that's not allowing me to work full-time.
Where are you working at?
at T&Q.
What do they do?
It's a cleaning company slash like, we do drywall, painting and cleaning of
Got it.
apartments and stuff like that.
Got it. Okay. All right. Anything you want me to consider before I sentence you on this file?
If I can do a payment plan of some, I don't know what the price is, but if I can do a payment plan, that would help me more.
We can help you with that.
Okay.
All right. On today's file, the total fines and costs $500. That's due within 5 days, but I'll set you up with a breakout room so you can talk to one of our collections clerks and set up a payment plan. We've
Okay.
also got a file from 2011, Drovewell license not valid. That one's got a total of over $1,200. So we can put those together in one payment plan so you can get those working. You can talk to the collections clerk about your options. Understood?
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Did you need that collections, Miss Graham, or were you going to contact us?
If you can set me over to collections, yeah.
Yep, I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Connolly. Ricky Connolly. He doesn't have nothing with us anyways.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't see the name anywhere.
Yeah, he's not even in our system as a having any new cases.
You got anybody in your breakout rooms at all?
Nope.
Thank you.
Yep. Yes, thank you. Leanna, Jeff,
Yes.
since we usually give people 30 minutes, I'm just going to ask if either both of you or one of you will hang out till 11, and then because our
Leanna,
last person was
I'm here.
scheduled at
I'll hang out.
10:30.
Okay, yeah, Jeff can stay on that way. We don't double bill or.
All righty. Nice to
around.
see you.
Good to see you. Good work today, Jeff. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Leanna. Leanna, you take the most beautiful pictures on Facebook. I mean, you really do.
I can't take any credit to that, Jeff. That's all the photographer.
No. He can only work with what's in front of him.
She is a very skilled woman who takes a lot of pictures for people in the legal community. So,
Oh, I'll tell you, it just, the guys behind you, they're just, but you were absolutely the centerpiece of those pictures.
oh, why? Thanks, Jeff.
I mean, you missed it. I mean, you should have been a model.
I don't know about all that. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Leanna.
Hi, thanks for letting me join the party today, guys.
Hi,
Oh,
Teresa.
hi, Teresa.
Do you want me to call you back?
Yep, give me 5 minutes. I'll call you back.
All right, you call me.
Okay. Everybody have a good day.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you.
Heather, did you want me to stick around till 11 too, or am I good, you think?
I'm sorry, what was that, Caitlin?
Did you want me to stick around till 11 too, or do you think I'm good?
Oh, you have no more. Bart, wait a minute. Bart DeVos, what are you here for, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here for Angie Davenport and Holly Ann Hayes.
So who are you? Are you an attorney?
No, officer.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I look a little farther on my piece of paper, I'll see that you're the officer. All right. Nobody's shown on either one of those yet, so it'll be just a few minutes. Miss Graham, are you all set?
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Rob Young.
Hello,
Hi, did you want to go into a breakout room with Mr. Basant?
I will, sure.
He's the 11 a.m. He's the attorney for the 11 a.m.
Sure.
Ricky Conley. Ricky Conley. If you don't answer, you're going to be removed again. Ricky Conley.
Ma'am, he's an older gentleman. He might be having a hard time with how this works.
Well, what is he here for?
He's here for the 11:15 with Holly Ann Hayes.
Thank you very much, because I already kicked him out because I couldn't figure out what he was here for.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So is he a victim?
He was the victim in the crash. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Rob, I'm going to pull Anjanae Davenport in a breakout room real quick to get information.
Okay.
clerk.
Rob, so are we ready? Or did you want to speak to your officer on Anjanae Davenport?
Oh, no, we have a resolution to it.
Okay, I'll let the judge know. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. New officer Bissett, hold on a minute. Hey, Heather?
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, can you put me in a breakout room with the officer? I'm sorry.
Sure.
All right, thanks.
Oh, just go into your room, Rob, and I'll put him in there.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, Rob,
Yeah.
for the 11:15, the Milan Radakovic, one of the witnesses, he might be in Hinman's court. I can't get over there. It keeps bringing me back over here. He was a witness, but I did subpoena him.
Okay. I
He's
don't know if she's even shown up yet. We're a little early, but.
Yeah, but he might. I told him Hinman, and it might be actually. I just found out today it was Oakley. I got the other guy over here, but I can't get a hold of Milan. So just so you know, I did subpoena him.
Okay, what's his name, Milan?
Milan Radakovic.
Okay, let me check with Al. I'll call
Okay.
and see if he's in there.
Thank
All right,
you.
thanks.
And if he isn't, just let him know to come over to this one.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Conley.
Yes.
Yes, if you can just hold on.
Okay.
When the judge calls for the hearing, if he asks you to speak, then you can speak, okay?
Okay,
Otherwise,
thank
if you
you.
just, you're welcome. If you just want to put yourself on mute.
Okay, right now?
Yep, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rob, did you want to speak to Holly Hayes? She's in the waiting room. It's for the next formal. You got to unmute yourself.
Can I talk to Bart again? We're trying to chase down a witness.
Yeah, what's up?
If you guys can both just hit to go back into that room,
Okay.
go back into that meeting room, please. Do you see it, officer?
No, I sure don't.
Okay, I'll move you around.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jeff, I think you're good. We don't have anybody else except for our formal hearings coming in right now.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take off then.
All right, appreciate it.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Caitlin, I think you're good too.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Certainly, I'll send you Discovery, Jeff.
Yeah, I need Discovery on,
Google Mighty.
yeah, Googly Medi. And was there something else?
We also adjourned Mr. Luck. I can send you Discovery on that as well.
Yeah, what was Mr. Luck about?
It was an accident. I just wanted to adjourn to contact the complainant to see if there was restitution.
That's what I told him, that you had made a note that there was just about the amount of damages because he didn't have any insurance.
Right.
So I don't need any Discovery on that. All I need is Googly Medi.
All right, sounds good. I can do that.
All right, tell your dad I said hi, hon.
I will. See ya.
All right, bye-bye.
Rob, are you ready?
Can I speak to Heather, please? Excuse me, Heather, to Miss Hayes, please?
Sure, I'll bring her in right now and put you in a breakout room. If you want to go back into your room, and I will put her in there
Thank you.
once she's connected. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the prosecutor.
Okay.
Heather?
Rob, are you ready?
We're ready on both Davenport and Hayes.
All right.
Do you have a preference? Which one's first?
Well, since Davenport was here first, we can just use that one. Robert Young, Sumter Township, had an opportunity to speak with the attorney representing defendant Davenport, and we've agreed, Your Honor, that added count will be count of double parking. It's getting late in the day. I'm starting to stumble on myself. Double parking with the fine agreed to be $300. Exchange for that, the original charge is dismissed.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Kevin Basant, P71061 on behalf of Najee Davenport, Judge. That plea agreement is correct, Judge, and Ms. Davenport is prepared to accept responsibility, Judge.
Correct, Ms. Davenport?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll accept that added plea, or accept your plea to that added charge, and assess fines and costs as per agreement, $300 due within 5 days. If that's an issue, I can throw you in a breakout room with one of our collections clerks to set up a payment plan.
Thank you, Judge, because I was going to ask for at least 2 weeks, Judge. Is that possible?
Yeah, we'll put her in with the clerk.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, ma'am. Counsel, always a pleasure.
You too. You all take care.
You too. Take care.
And Mr. Young, I'm Miss
Holly
Hayes. What are you doing?
Hayes. Is Ms. Hayes in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
She is.
Your Honor, again, I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Hayes. The state time set for a formal hearing, and we've reached an agreement. Ms. Hayes will plead responsible to an added count of double parking at $300. Underlying charge will be dismissed.
Have you spoken to Mr. Conley? Looks like we've got a victim.
I spoke to the officer. My understanding was there was no restitution needed. If that's not accurate, I can speak to Mr. Conley.
Mr. Conley, unmute yourself, please.
Yes, Judge.
Are you making a restitution claim?
Not at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conley, for appearing.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Young, what'd you tell me on Miss Hayes? What was the agreed upon fines and costs?
$300, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Hayes, I'll accept your plea to the charge. $300 is due within 5 days. If that's a problem, I can send you into a breakout room to talk to one of our collections people.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. It's not a problem.
Would you like a breakout room?
No, just.
You all set?
Yep.
Okay. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day.
You too.
Your Honor, I think that completes the docket other than the 11:30 trial.
I believe that's right. Heather, you want to correct that? It's not?
Nope, that's correct. 11:30 in person.
All right, so I'm here in the building. I'm going to just get off the Zoom hearing, and I will be in the courtroom at 11:30. I'll try to find Mr. Day before we come in.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Bart.
Have a good one, sir.
All right, take care.
Hey, Heather? No, I'll figure it out.
Maria, we're done if you want to get off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
second? I think John Day's almost here, or is here. It's administrative enforcement here. 74, I think is the ones. 74, yep. This. Issue. Cross incarceration. Just like we could do a quick movie, you know?
But you worked on it quite a bit.
Yeah.
We actually got businesses actually got up legitimate in my location doing this kind of stuff, paid a lot of money in overhead, and now we got people doing the same thing illegally.
English is a second language. This is why she like her. Just in case. One which is wrong somewhere.
No, that's fine.
And I, between I would have transfer situations, but are you, can she sit next to me? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Well, you get a chair. Please rise. But just first down session or Ryan.
Have a seat. All right, appearances for People versus Judge Shwaka. I say it right? Shwaka? Robert Young on behalf of Central Township.
Governor John Day on behalf of the defendant.
Good morning. Yeah, sure.
Your Honor, a preliminary matter.
Yeah, go ahead.
My client, English is a second language, and his wife is here in the courtroom, and she would like to be able to act as interpreter for him.
Okay.
So I just wanted to, she's seated here, so if they talk, it's for that purpose and
Sure.
not because of
Sure.
any other nefarious purposes.
Mr. Young, no objection to that?
Absolutely not, Your
All right. And ma'am, what language are we talking?
Arabic.
And your last name or your name?
My name is Rania.
Rania?
My name is Shirafi.
Okay, raise your right hand. Ma'am, do you swear that you will accurately translate between Arabic and English and Arabic so that your husband, the attorneys, and we can all discuss this matter today?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm ready if you guys are.
Okay, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Call Peter Gregory, ordinance officer, Your Honor.
Officer Gregory, come on up. Watch your step on the incline ramp. Raise your right hand for me, please. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat and settle in right there.
Your Honor, since Mr. Young is running right to the witnesses, I'd like to reserve my opening until after.
Sure,
this case.
sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Young.
Peter, tell the court who you are.
My name is Peter Gregory. I'm an
Cur-
ordinance officer.
You're currently employed with Sumter Township as the township ordinance officer, or one of the two, is that right?
Yes.
And have been so since, or for how long?
5.5 years.
Part of your duties, responsibilities to investigate complaints or other matters that are brought to your attention regarding enforcement violations, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And also to carry out some sort of investigation and make some sort of recommendation as to how matters should be resolved if required.
Yes, sir.
And the case that we have before us today involves property located at 43300 Willow Road. You're familiar with that property?
Yes, sir.
And all I just talked about is terms of your responsibilities and generally your activities. Did that comport with this property, or is that what you did basically as it relates to whatever action you took regarding this property?
Yes, I did.
All right, and this is property, let me ask you this. The reason we're in court today deals with at least an alleged violation of an ordinance. I want to ask you to tell the court approximately when you first came into contact or became aware of this situation.
This particular location at that address, 2018 was my first encounter with
All right.
issues at that address.
And did it pertain with the defendant that's sitting here today?
No.
Was with somebody else?
Yes.
Briefly, very briefly. Can you just tell us what happened at that time?
At that time, there was a lot of slaughterhouse activity going on at that location, vehicles and dumpsters with carcasses and stuff, and we were called about that. And neighbors had called USDA also, so I met them there, and along with police, and we did an investigation there. I issued citations to the owner of the property at the time and the person who was doing the slaughtering.
All right, and basically that came to some sort of resolution?
Yes, I did hear it.
All right, and then there was a reason to revisit this again, approximately July of 2021, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And to be maybe a little more specific, July 20th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Well, out of all the property in Sumter Township on that particular date, tell us why it is you went there.
I had been contacted probably a week or so ahead by the townships telling me a resident complained saying that they were slaughtering animals over there, not the owners, but someone else. And so I told them that I would be observing the property, and on that date is the date that I noticed that there was activity going on.
All right, when you first arrived, what did you see? Can you tell the court what you were able to?
There was
witness?
some other vehicles there. There was people in the building, and there was activity in the back of the building. And
What kind of activity are you talking about in the back of the building?
slaughtering animals.
Did you have an opportunity to go inside the building?
So I did go in briefly. I was with my other officer, Scott, the other ordinance officer, and Officer Hudson. And when I went in the building, I typically go in and take pictures and stuff like that, but there was families in there with little children. And I was a little nervous about going in kind of disrupting things. So I called the gentleman outside, explained in front of the building what was going on and why he was in violation.
Did you have an opportunity to see inside the building?
Yes,
And was that from your entrance in the front or in the rear of the building?
actually from the back.
What did you see?
Just that there was slaughterhouse, there was blood and stuff on the floors and the ground.
A slaughterhouse, I don't want to get graphic here, but just. Got it. Okay, good enough.
Okay.
Any question, any doubt, any concern in your mind that there was a slaughter operation going on here?
No.
Objection. Legal conclusion, Your Honor.
No.
All right. What did you do next?
I wrote him a citation asking for his driver's license. I told him he was in violation of this ordinance because of location. And he gave me his driver's license. I wrote him a citation, gave him a copy, and I left.
And the gentleman that you spoke to and you're referencing your interaction with, he's in court today sitting at the defense table, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman, help me with the name, John, please. Swat.
I'm John Schwab.
Shawaka, yes. Swat, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, asked the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Noted.
And this occurred obviously in Sumter Township, Wayne County, Michigan.
Yes.
All right. What did you do next, if anything, after you issued the ticket?
I just told him that it was illegal. He told me that the owner had released it to him and he thought it was legal. Okay, I told him it wasn't. And they were selling it to outside people too. It wasn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Foundation, there's no facts of everything selling going on.
I'm sorry, there was.
He said he saw people there. There's been no testimony between transactions.
Oh, you're talking sale. Okay, but I just want to know what you told him. Did you tell him anything else?
No.
I'm not offering for the proof of the matter asserted necessarily. It's just I asked him what he told me.
Okay.
There may not be
Fair enough.
evidence of that. I'm just trying to move this along as such. Did you follow up with him at all?
After the citation was written, no.
Yes. Did you have contact with him at any point after that citation was issued?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how and when that happened roughly?
It was, it's in 22. I noticed that there was once again, usually the customers pull at the back of the building. And I went back there, I pulled in the lot, went back there, saw that they were doing, there was slide operators because there was blood and stuff going on. I was probably just one car, but I came back around the front. He came out the front door and met me on the side of the building. And he told me I was trespassing and stuff like that, and I had to get off the property and we could do this, and I left.
Did it appear to be at the time that you went there in 2022 that anything had changed, if you could tell?
No, nothing.
All right, we talked about slaughterhouses in the township. We know what that is. And we agree, don't we, Mr. Gregory, that there is permitted use to some extent for slaughterhouses in the township, right?
Yes, there is.
And what that entails is, by the way, Your Honor, if there's any question, I have the entire Sumter Township ordinance book, and I would offer that if necessary. I'm going to be pulling a few pieces out of here, ordinances. Mr. Gray, if you want me to offer
No,
that.
I think I have. If you come up with something I haven't found,
No,
I'll let you
so
know.
it's here available. All right, Mr. Gregory, if I can direct your attention to what I've given you as a portion of the township zoning ordinance regarding agricultural district. And if the court allows me, I can just identify this as Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what that?
Let's identify proposed exhibit 1.
I'm sorry, proposed Exhibit 1. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Gregory?
Yes, I do.
All right, and this sets forth, does it not, the both two things, the permitted uses that can occur in an agricultural zoning district, and also on the second page, it's got something called special land uses.
Correct.
And if we look through this document, if I were someone who was going to be wanting to know what I can do if I own property in an ag district, an agricultural district, this would give me the information that I would need to know what uses were permitted and what uses would require special land use.
Yes, sir.
And so we know what that means. Special land use is just what? An additional level of review and maybe restrictions that could be required by the planning commission in order to carry out that function.
Yes.
So if I look at this, do I see on here where a slaughterhouse is either a permitted use or special land use? And I'll direct you to the third page just to save time. Under Y, which is page 79 of this ordinance. Do you see that?
Yes.
Slaughterhouses?
Yes.
All right, and it's subject to section 6.49. Right?
Yes.
So this is the document that would tell me or anyone else interested in what's happening in an agricultural district, what we can do. And if there's a special land use, which there is, at least as it relates to slaughterhouses, I need to go and look and see what's required of me in section 6.49, which is slaughterhouses.
Yes, it's actually, I believe that's a typo. It should be 6.48.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. I'm sorry, John.
I have to say your complaint says 4.8.
I know. And that's what the numbers are just, you'll see it here in a second.
Okay.
All right, let me show you. I just have one copy of this and I apologize for that. But let me ask you what, this is proposed exhibit number 2. Can you see or can you tell me what that is? Do you understand that?
Article 6, special provisions. Yep, breaks out some of the different things that are used under the special land use.
Okay, so the matters that I discussed earlier in terms of the special land use as it relates to slaughterhouses, the reference was 6.49. Is that right? Pertaining to slaughterhouses?
Yes.
So does that document you're looking at articulate what those provisions would be?
Yes, it does.
Can
Under
you tell the
slaughterhouses.
court how many provisions there are?
There are 3 provisions under that slaughterhouse article.
All right, can you read the first one for us, please?
Yes, the first one says, the physical plant structure, pens, stockyards, or cages shall in no instance be closer than 2,000 feet to any adjacent residential district.
So when I look at this, I notice that slaughterhouses is under section 6.48, we articulated as 6.49, but that deals with sludge processing and such. But anyway, at least pertaining to what we're here discussing today, under slaughterhouses, these are the 3 conditions, additional conditions that would be imposed if one had agricultural property, wanted to locate a slaughterhouse in that agricultural property, having those two approvals, parts of the approval, and then the third would be to comply with what you're reading right now.
Right, these 3.
Read number 1 again for me, please.
It's under A, the physical plant structure, pen, stockyard, or cages shall in no instance be closer than 2,000 feet to any adjacent residential district.
All right, so did you have an opportunity to determine in any way what the zoning district was of any of the adjoining property?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me show you what has been marked as proposed exhibit 3. And I'm handing these to her. She gives them to you.
Well, at some point, you're gonna ask to be admitted?
Yeah. I just want to do it all at once, Your Honor.
That's fine.
So in front of you there is a copy of the Sumter Township zoning district map. Is that right, Mr. Gregory?
Yes, it is.
And if I look at that map, Judge, do you have a copy?
I got it.
If you look at that map, it's got some color differentials there in terms of what we're talking about. And is it the yellow, basically I'm gonna call it the yellow part, that's the agricultural district? I'm
No,
sorry,
yeah,
excuse me,
residential.
Single family, pardon me. Single family, is that right?
Yes, the
Residential?
yellow is single family residential.
Okay, and then the balance or the largest part of Sumter Township in terms of its zoning is the ag district.
Correct.
Surprise, surprise, right? We're talking Sumter Township, and we've got agricultural district more so than anything else. But let me direct your attention then to about 2/3 of the way down in the middle, there's a road called Willow Road. See that?
Yes.
Willow Road. And the property that we identified earlier, 43300 Willow Road, it's on that road.
Yes, it is.
And if I look at this, can you describe for the court approximately where on Willow Road that is located?
Objection, Your Honor, form of the question. Approximately, we're talking about ordinance requires a specific distance. And we haven't identified where the property is on this map.
Why don't you point on the map and show me where this particular property is?
Marked it up when I'm from the property and looked at it with our land grid to make sure I had the parcels exact. And the location is right there. About 5, 6 parcels just east of the residential.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I see the?
Sure.
Sorry.
We understand what that is. All right, so in any event, Mr. Gregory, if I look at the residential portion of the township zoning map, I'm down at Willow Road, as I move in an easterly direction away from the residential, I'm moving into the agricultural zone district. And the property we're talking about is 4, 5, 6 lots down.
Yes, it
These
is.
lots are normally 60, 70 feet wide, something like that.
Yeah, these are kind of small. It's less than
Well, it's
2,000
relevant
feet by
because
far.
he's got 2,000, it's relevant because he's got a 2,000 foot requirement to meet.
Only, he's giving hypotheticals as to what, it's a 2,000 foot limit. If he's measured the thing that's 2,000 feet, that's fine. If he's saying these are historically, generally this distance, that's just a speculation or guess.
I was gonna get to the 2,000.
Go ahead.
I was just giving kind of some general, I hear you.
Okay.
So, in any event, were you able to determine approximate, well, let me ask you this, were you able to determine if this use on Willow Road at 23300 Willow Road, what the distance was from the beginning of the residential area, end of the residential area, however you want to look at it, moving into the agricultural, up into the Summers property, how far that was?
It is definitely less than 2,000 feet.
All right, is it less than 1,000?
About 500 feet, I would estimate.
500 feet?
Yeah, 2,000 feet is roughly a half a mile.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't go out there with a ruler or whatever and measure it, but based upon the distance and what you can see, this is clearly less than 2,000 feet.
Definitely.
All right, so as we look at items 2 and 3 on there, is there another aspect of this that led you to conclude that there might be a violation, or is this pretty much it?
Well, that's pretty much it, because in the past, that has been the #1 issue, because the residents can smell it and they call, when the slaughtering is going on, especially in warmer weather.
Okay, so your understanding as to why the distance is required is just the nature of the operation in connection with
I believe, sir.
with
Yes.
the local residents or whatever the case may be. All right. Now, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Summers on this?
No, I haven't.
Ms. Summers, as you understand it to be, is the property owner.
Yes.
She's been there for
Long
ever.
time, yeah.
I mean, that's not accurate, but she's been there for a long time.
Yes.
And in the past, they had what we all understand to be like a retail meat store.
Yeah, this was years ago before I started. Yeah, I heard about that. It used to be some kind of meat store that.
Okay,
they
and your
converted.
understanding as to when it was converted, you're employed here, I think, when it was converted or the slaughterhouse use commenced was around,
2018, yep.
prior to that time, did you have any understanding as to whether that was the operation?
There was times we saw slaughterhouse up going on there, but that little building wasn't really converted to do the operation until 2018.
All right, based upon the fact that this property on Willow Road is located in an agricultural zoning district, that distance that you referenced between that house and where the residential area district would begin, coupled with the fact that that this is a situation that has never been reviewed by the planning commission. Based on all of that is what led you to writing or issuing the ticket.
Yes.
Was there anything else in any manner, or is that basically it?
No, that's it.
Okay, not based on any relationship with anybody or any discussions with Ms. Summers. It was purely an analytical as it relates to the zoning and the application of the current use and the circumstances that arise.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed orders or proposed exhibits 1, 2, and 3.
Any objection, Mr. Day?
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is that with Mr. Gregory, Your Honor?
Questions for Mr. Gregory?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Gregory, you said that the sole reason for the violation was it was within 2,000 feet of the residential district. Is that correct?
The violation, yeah, for slaughtering, yeah, it didn't.
And did you, just so I'm clear, did you take any kind of a ruler or other measuring device out there and measure from the location of the facility that you claim is a slaughterhouse to the edge of the residential district?
No, I didn't, because it was I have in many cases in the past, but it's way less than 2,000. So I didn't measure it. No, I didn't.
Well, you're saying it's way less than 2,000. That's your opinion. Would that be fair assumption if you didn't measure it?
Yes.
I believe it was exhibit 3.
Yep.
I'm sure you was been marked as exhibit 3, and what I've been advised is this is the location of the proposed or alleged slaughterhouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a township map. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that map contain any kind of a scale?
Yes, it does. Like that.
Right here. And there's actually a mark between 0 and that'd be what, 2,000 feet there? Okay. Trick I learned back when I was doing some drafting. So if we put a mark on those two spots, would you say that's a pretty fair representation of that distance?
Yes.
And if we move it over here and we put it on the map, looks like it's over 2,000 feet, doesn't it?
No, but you're on the edge of the property right there. It's 2,000 feet almost exactly.
It was 2,000 feet to the
Edge of the residential.
facility. Isn't that what your ordinance says, to the facility? That's your mark, not mine.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think so.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's your diagram.
Yeah, yeah.
And just put this. That's supposed to be 2,000 feet, it's beyond 2,000 feet for that.
Okay.
You are required or hired to enforce the township ordinances as written, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the evidence that's been supplied this morning, did you provide the court with any definition of a slaughterhouse?
Definition of a slaughterhouse? Definition in here should be in my ordinance. I know it's usually a commercial. Okay, I don't have it in here. It's not in front of me. We have a definition, I believe, in our ordinance, but I know it's usually a commercial type property. And it's
commercial property.
Clean what it says, it's slaughter.
Commercial property.
Yeah, I think slaughterhouses are mostly commercial.
I don't know how we want to do this. I have page 45 of your township ordinance. You need a definition for slaughterhouse.
Right.
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Slaughterhouse, a building used for the slaughtering of animals and the scalding, butchering, and storage of carcasses for human consumption, but not including the rendering, smoking, curing, or other processing of meat, fat, bones, offal, blood, or other byproducts of the permitted operation.
Did you actually witness any animals being slaughtered?
No, because when I came there, he came out of the building. So no, I didn't see him being slaughtered.
I'm just asking, did you witness any animals being slaughtered?
Not that day.
Did you ever witness any animals being slaughtered on the property by my client?
No.
So you cannot provide the court with any testimony as to the means of which any animals were being killed, is that correct?
Well, the evidence of the blood in the back.
No, the mechanism. I'm not gonna say you didn't see blood.
You mean like the knife or something?
Yeah.
Well, he had blood all over him when I was talking to him out in front.
Okay.
He didn't have the knife in his hand, but.
Oh, all right, but you're making an assumption then that's what he was doing.
Yes.
Okay, would that fall within the ritual slaughter of animals for religious purposes?
Say that again, sorry?
Would that fall within the definition of the religious slaughter of animals for religious purposes?
I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me there about the religious aspect of it.
Okay. Well, you are familiar with the First Amendment.
Yeah.
Freedom of religion, freedom to practice religion.
Mm-hmm.
State Constitution has the same provisions.
That yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. Are you familiar with the exemption that the US FDA has for religious slaughter?
I can't say that I am. No.
Are you aware of the fact that this property was inspected and my client was given an exemption from FDA inspection because of his limited operations for religious purposes?
No, wasn't aware of that.
If he's only slaughtering at very low levels solely for religious purposes, would that fall in the definition of a slaughterhouse?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. Very low levels is a little bit subjective.
Okay, let's go back. You have a slaughterhouse You have a slaughterhouse in township.
Yes, we do. We have one.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many?
Stop. Where at?
It is on Bemis Road, just east of Rawsonville Road, and it was the old pet resort.
Oh, okay,
and light industrial, and
Okay.
he went through a lot of hoops to jump and go through to get the township. It was the only location in the township.
What's he processing there?
He went to the zoning board.
No, what kind of animals? What's he doing?
He processes goats, sheep, cows, everything.
Okay, all
pretty
right.
much.
That was a rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Your Honor, if you want to get a bargain on some meat these
It
days.
was a curiosity thing.
He's one of the reasons why I'm here, though, because he's the one that's been complaining to the township.
Go ahead.
Thank you. He's thinking that my client's a competitor, is that correct?
He's telling the township and myself that he had to go through all the legal means to get it to put it in the right location for slaughterhousing in our township, and that from what we've told him, that place is not allowed to do commercial slaughtering, to sell to other people.
Okay,
And
well, all right.
He
Let's
feels
go
he's
back to
being
that.
slaughtered. Yeah.
Let's go back to what we just talked about then. Do you have any evidence that my client sold any meat to anybody at that location?
Oh.
Okay. So you haven't witnessed any of how the slaughtering went down. You just know there was blood and my client had blood. You saw a knife. Did you see anybody walking out with a receipt? They just purchased meat from that location?
No.
How many animals does the commercial slaughterhouse on the west side of the township keep on the property on average?
It varies. I've seen as many as, usually I can only see, because you can only see, most of it is off fence and you can't see. They have one little area where you can see right near the building, probably 20 goats and sheep, lambs, small like that.
And cattle?
Cattle they keep in the back. I haven't seen them in the front. I don't know.
Would it be
how many
safe to say he could have 50 to 100 animals on the premises?
Whatever's within his regulation, how many he can have.
Okay, what
He
are
has-
his regulations?
He has,
What he
I mean,
can have?
he has all shelters. They're all inside, so I don't see them outside there behind fences.
But you said a regulation, I'm just asking what's the
Yeah,
regulation?
per the ordinances, about 6-foot fence is 500 feet around property. Everything has to be like that.
That's not the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking you is how many, you said by regulation, I'm asking how many animals is he permitted to have on the property?
I don't
Maybe
know.
commercial.
I don't know, man.
How many animals have you seen on my client's property? Live animals. Let's start with that.
Probably less than 20. That's with him.
Okay. And have you seen any animals or any carcasses stored on the site?
No.
Have you seen any meat displays with meats being sold per pound?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of what's going on inside that facility, other than the fact that you know that there is the killing of some goats and lambs?
No, that's all that I know that's going on there.
So you don't know what's going on or how that, or why that's taking place, is that correct?
I think I do, but you're.
No, well, no, I'm asking for not what you think, I'm asking what you know or what you saw.
What I know and I saw there was slaughtering of animals going on the day I was there. He wasn't doing it at the time.
But
because I
you
was
didn't, no,
not-
you
No, I
didn't witness it, but you're assuming that some animals have been slaughtered.
Yes.
Fair enough, but you don't know the means or how that took place.
I didn't see it.
Thank you. You didn't see any butchering operation going on
Not that day.
any day?
Well, in 2018. it was a
Well,
lot.
that we're talking about during the time period that you're charging him for violation.
No, we've just seen cars. We haven't seen anything else. No.
And you haven't seen the storage of any carcasses.
Nope. No, sir.
Okay. So the only thing that you assume happened, because of the blood and whatnot, is that there was some animals being killed.
Yes.
But you don't know the animals were being sold, and you don't know under how the animals were being processed after they were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Muslim religion at all?
A little bit.
Are there certain religious rites within tenets within the Muslim religion that require the sacrifice or slaughter of animals?
Yes.
Do you know what my client's religion is?
Not for sure.
Do you know what the religion was of the people who you saw on the property?
Not for sure.
Did you ask anybody why they were there?
I only dealt with him.
Okay. So you didn't ask any of the people who were there whether they were there to buy meat or whether they were there for some religious purposes?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to refer you to section 1.3 of the township ordinance. It's a page 2. Page 2. Paragraph 1.3A.
You want me to read this?
Yeah, please.
The ordinance shall be liberally construed in such manner as to best implement its purpose. In interpreting and applying the provisions of this ordinance, the requirements shall be held to be the minimum for the promotion of the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, prosperity, and general welfare.
Is there anything in ordinance that says that you can restrict religious practices?
No.
Are there religious freedoms still permitted in this ordinance?
I hope so.
So if the people who were on that property were engaged in a religious ceremony, would you say that was a permitted activity?
Your Honor, as you know, I hesitate to interrupt during cross-examination until more information the court can decipher normally these things, but you're asking him to render an opinion based upon a religious practice that he doesn't know, he's testified he doesn't know, he wouldn't begin to know how to apply it. So I object to it. There's no foundation, there's no ability. You're asking him to render some sort of an expert opinion. He's clearly not that.
Your Honor, he is authorized to enforce the ordinances and know when the ordinances apply and when they don't. And if he's already testified that it wouldn't object to or would not interfere with a religious practice, then shouldn't he at least have an obligation to determine what's going on and how it's being done, as opposed to just seeing blood and saying it's now a slaughterhouse?
Well, that's my decision today.
I understand that, but he's the one who's bringing in the charges. I'm just asking him, as the ordinance officer, what he thinks about that on the ordinance.
Your Honor, I'll stipulate to the fact that this witness does not understand RLUIPA at all, wouldn't begin to know that the law even exists. I'd be glad to have a lengthy discussion about that if necessary, but I'll agree, I'll stipulate. Mr. Gregory has no background as it relates to how that law would be applied in zoning situations. That would be more incumbent upon me to look at.
Let's move on.
In summary, it's sufficient to say that your determination that this was a slaughterhouse is limited to the fact that you saw blood on my client's hands and blood in the building. And
the history.
No, you had to see it on that day that you're charged.
Well, no, that's not fair. You're asking him why he charged, and if the history was part of it, that's a part of his answer.
Okay, all right, that's fine. On the day that you decided to make the charge, did you witness any of those things?
Did I witness
any of those things?
I saw enough evidence that he was slaughtering animals to write the ticket.
He was killing animals.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I wrote the
All right.
citation for.
But he's not the same person who you saw in 2018, is that correct?
No, it's not. There's
Completely different
someone
operation, completely different people.
Yes.
So you can't really connect those two together because that wasn't him, was it?
Miss Summers, I can connect. She was both ones.
Was Mrs. Summers there?
No,
Did you charge Mrs. Summers?
not that time. I didn't.
Have you ever charged Mrs. Summers?
Yes, I charged her the first time.
But not this time.
No,
Why didn't you charge her this time?
I charged because, first of all, I last time I wrote both of them. This time, to be honest with you, I didn't charge her because she wasn't around. She was around last time, and the fact that she had just lost both her sons that year, and I knew that she'd already gone to court once. She'd taken care of stuff she was supposed to, and I didn't see a reason to at the time because of the fact that maybe I just.
She's the owner of the
chose to have
property, it's on her
something-
property, is that correct?
Right, but
You knew her address.
yes,
You could have mailed her a citation, is that correct?
yes, I
You
could.
chose not to do so?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Mr. Young. Mr. Gardy, you still have the map?
No.
This is the map that's got the notation on it.
Notation on it.
Yeah. use that
Yep.
one, Judge. When you look at this map, well, you know, it's not necessary. You've looked at the map many times, I'm sure.
Mhm.
Going back to what I asked you earlier, as it relates to the location, the business residential districts, which is the beginning of a residential area, in your understanding, your opinion, your statement, your knowledge was and is the location of the property in question within 2,000 feet of a residential district.
Objection, either asked or answered, he's arguing with his own
Well,
client.
he-
The
there's-
diagram speaks for itself, and all he's asking.
I've never heard a diagram speak to me about anything, Your Honor. I mean, he testified a certain way with me. Mr. Day did an excellent job in cross-examining, and I'm just trying to get clarification.
allow
That's
it.
all I'm doing. Any question, doubt in your mind that this property, I'm talking about the Willow Road property that is operated or used by the defendant, whatever operation he has, is within 2,000 feet of a residential district?
To me, I don't believe it is. I think this is wrong, but
All right.
I would be glad to measure it.
Well, I'm asking you what your testimony is today.
My testimony
I mean, I
was
could
it
go out
was
there and
closer than
measure it.
2,000 feet. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I broke the ordinance.
Now, when you went to the location and you did your investigation, you said you looked inside the building. I didn't want to get into that. I was asked not to do that. But if it's necessary, what else did you see in there?
So when I went in initially, and I've gone in there many times. So what I initially saw this time was there were some families in there with children. And I was there with a police officer and another ordinance officer, and I dealt with him, and I really just, I saw enough, I thought I saw enough to know that it was going on. He came out, it was fresh blood on him, he was in there, he had been slaughtering, he saw I was there. I didn't want to go in and disrupt or cause
I understand that, but let
confusion
me-
with
let
the
me-
kids
let me
and
be
stuff
more
in there.
specific.
So that's why I didn't go in and start taking pictures.
All right, you testified that there was animals located at the property, something less than 20.
Yes,
There was an operation of some kind going on inside that you could see.
yes,
The gentleman you spoke to had a knife in his hand, there was blood.
yes.
And was it your testimony? I know we've had this discussion before. Was there any blood that was leaving the building?
In the back of the building, there was blood, yes, draining from the back, in the back
Draining
area
from
near the
where
back
in your
door,
mind?
by the back door.
Draining from the building out into the back of the property somehow.
Yes,
You saw that
yep,
when you were there.
it's on video.
All right.
Objection, that was
Now,
beyond-
was
objection,
there-
that's beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Well,
I don't think it is. You quiz him,
Blood
you quiz him
draining
about
out
what he
of the
saw.
blood.
You quiz him about what he saw and you quiz him about why he thought there was a slaughterhouse. So I think that's within the scope.
I didn't want to get into all of that before because I didn't think there was a question about a slaughterhouse.
Let's move on.
Now, to your understanding, was there at that time a retail operation going on or a religious operation going on of any kind, or were you just focused on what operation the defendant was conducting?
I was mainly concerned about the slaughterhouse operation going on, because it was like it's typically being sold away. It's not the people on the property, the owners of the home slaughtering for themselves or their family. It's like retail. I mean, I don't know how they sell it or how much they sell it for, but it's going outside the community. It's not staying on the property
You were
with a
concerned
family,
about that,
homeowners.
were you?
Yes.
No, I'm saying the retail aspect of it, you weren't concerned.
No, I was
about
concerned about the violation, the
About the
slaughterhouse
slaughter.
violation, yes.
Now, in the, well,
I can just talk about that. Closely. I have nothing further.
That's clarification. You said you were concerned about the meat carcasses going outside the community. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, part of the thing
Well,
about
is that what
slaughterhouse,
you just testified to?
yes.
Okay. So if I understood your testimony correctly, I could engage in slaughtering if I was consuming it on my own property?
Yes, the Summers family used to always slaughter their own meat and stuff like that for themselves and their family, and that's allowed in the township with all animals that you have. You can slaughter your own animals and have them for family and friends like that. You just can't like sell it to make money.
Okay, so you can't sell it to make money. All right, is that the definition then that makes it a slaughterhouse as opposed to some other form of slaughtering?
I don't know if that's a definition, but I
Well,
mean,
I'm
I know
asking-
I know you can't do that in our township. You
Can't do what, sir?
It's the selling of, like a commercial selling of.
Commercial selling of meat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
vegetables.
If he was commercially selling meat, that would make it illegal. Is that correct?
I think just selling it outside the family, I don't know if it's commercial or residential, how you want to phrase that, but it's not supposed to be sold to the public.
So it's the selling of the meat that makes it in your mind a slaughterhouse. Is that correct? A non-permitted slaughterhouse.
Yes.
But you have no evidence that he was selling meat on that day or any other days since your visit in 2021?
No, I mean, he may have been given away. I don't know. He was slaughtering. It was the slaughtering.
He was
part I
slaughtering, but
at.
he wasn't necessarily selling.
Right. I don't know if he was selling or not. I have no idea.
Well, that's my point. You don't know. Nothing further.
All right, Officer Gregory, thank you for your time. Watch your step. Prosecution, Mr. Honor. Thank you. Mr. Day.
Your Honor, I'd like just to make a brief opening.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, I've been doing this for a lot of years. It's the first time I've ever had the opportunity to come into the court and plead as a defense the First Amendment and the religious freedoms of the country.
Yeah,
But that's exactly what I'm doing
We don't
today.
get that one very often, do we?
Pardon me?
We don't get that one very often.
No, we don't. So this is a unique privilege to actually make a constitutional defense argument. And the Constitution, federal Constitution, says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And that's what we're talking about here, the free exercise thereof. The Michigan Constitution has similar provisions in it. Which are found in section 1.14. And again, every person shall be at liberty to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience. My client is a Muslim. My client is involved in the Muslim community. Part of the tenets of the Muslim community are the ritual slaughtering of goats and lambs under certain religious tenets or requirements. We're going to present our case, which shows that that is the only activity that was going on here. He was not selling meat. He was not processing meat for commercial sale. He was merely providing a religious service for which he was paid for providing the service, and he was not being paid for the meat. This is not a commercial meat packing thing. My client, under the FDA, has specific exemptions when they talk about the regulating of the slaughter of animals. And it specifically states in section 19.06 that ritual slaughter is exempt from these types of regulations. And my client will testify that he has actually had the FDA out there who have talked to him about his operation and found him exempt because of what he's doing. And what he's doing is limited to providing a religious service to a religious community. And the reason why there were people on the property that the witness testified to was because by the tenets of their religion, they're required to witness the slaughter. And with that, Your Honor, I'll present my case.
Thank you. Proceed. You calling your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Swaka.
Mr. Strong, come on. Watch your step on the ramp. Ma'am, you want to come up here too? If it's easier for you to interpret? You can either sit in one of these chairs here or stand where you're comfortable.
I'll just sit right behind you.
Yeah, whatever works for you. Thank you. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Judge Shawaka.
And are you employed?
I'm employed at University of Michigan for 24 years.
I'm sorry?
Employed at University of Michigan Hospital
Okay.
for 24 years.
And what do you do for the University of Michigan Hospital?
Don't tell me you're a surgeon.
I'm a doctor in my position. I'm a patient transportation.
And that is how you have the bulk of your income,
That's
that's your
my,
livelihood.
my main job. Yeah.
Can you please tell the court your religion?
I'm sorry.
Could you tell the court your religion?
Your religion.
I'm a Muslim.
And you have provided a service, have you not, regarding animals and your religion?
كده كنت بتعطي يعني بس service للذبح بس.
I am, yes, I do just do the service for the Muslim, for religion, Muslim people.
Does the Muslim religion, as some of its practices, rituals, tenets,
They
require the slaughter,
They
sacrificial
have a
slaughter of animals?
certain way they have to do it in a Muslim way.
And it's required to be done,
And
is
it's
that correct?
required the Muslim.
Would you please explain that process to the judge?
Okay, explain what I do for them.
What you do, or why you do it also?
Okay, there is, we have a holiday, big holiday, which that day came in. On each family, Muslim family required by religion to have to slaughter and sacrifice. It's either they have to come and witness it, a lot of them, they have to slaughter it. And we do that service for them for skin and all that stuff. Or they will give me the permission to do it on behalf of them with Muslim way. So we have to slaughter the animal and name God on it loudly. So they will know that was named after God, not anybody else. And that's what we do. That's 2 days or 3 days every year. And say there's other certain occasions, kids' birth, they have to sacrifice because on behalf of the kids or any other occasion, but it has to be in a certain Muslim. You cannot go buy the meat, hanging meat, killed already. It has to be named after religion or after God on Muslim. And that's what I do. And I only get things by order. And if I have order, I do it. If I don't have order, I have no order. And I'm the only one who was hired by the owner because I know her kids before they died, and I'm trusted in the community. And that's what I just do. I don't operate anything the way there was a complaint, and the ticket was, to me, it was operating a slaughterhouse for Muslim holiday. That's the ticket what it says. And I didn't get it, how you operate a slaughterhouse. And
You sell the meat?
I don't sell them.
You sell steaks or chickens or any other form of animal at that property? Is all of the slaughtering that goes on pursuant to the religious standards?
Mostly, yes.
And can you tell, well, too graphic, explain to the judge the method of slaughter.
كيف تذبح يعني يوم بدك تسمي على
Anyway, we give the animals by orders again, and the family, they come. We put the animals on the floor. On the left side, we have to face Mecca, where we trade, and we name God and we slaughter the animals. And the family, they're responsible for the rest of the things if they want to do it. If they don't, I will offer my service and I get paid for the service.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce as evidence United States Code and the Humane Methods of Livestock Slaughter, 1906, section exemption.
Any objection, Mr. Young?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Move that position or the court can take judicial notice of the statute.
That'll come in. Thank you.
In commencing, or sorry, in providing the services that you provide in killing the animals, do you use a knife and cut the carotid arteries?
You have to get the blood out.
And is that in keeping with the tenets of the religion?
Yes.
Do you use any of the other formal standards for slaughter in terms of electric shock or blows to the head like are permitted by the statute?
No.
Have you had the inspectors for the FDA out to your property?
They came back, I'm not sure, 2018 or 19. And I got called by the owner and they came in and they did the inspector. And I got a copy of that and one of the owners, the kid, owner got copy. And we passed everything. There was a little bit of issues with how you handle not for sale and like little issues, but they give the okay to go. And I've been doing this for them almost like 4 years. Never had any problem until somebody complained about the specific day. There's a holiday and that's when you catch him slaughter. He never came in and he never saw me seeing anything.
So you had someone come out and look at your property from the USDA.
Yep.
And they issued you an exemption from inspection, is that correct?
Yep.
And that was because, as they classified it, you were custom exemption meat and poultry, is that correct? Or meat and poultry. You're not moving for submission into the evidence?
No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you. What was that phrase though? What was the exemption?
The
Sounded like
exemption.
you said custom exemption.
Custom exemption, and it's got
Yeah,
friends,
okay.
meat and or poultry.
Got it. Thank you.
So when you are paid, and you do get money when you do this, is that correct?
Yes.
You are paid for the religious slaughter, the service?
Yes.
You're not paid for the meat, is that correct?
Nope.
So if you slaughtered a 100-pound animal or you slaughtered a 50-pound animal, you're only paid for
For the service.
the service.
I don't.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Young, Cross?
You know what, Your Honor, I have no questions. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind what is happening. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Sir, you're all set. You can step down.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor, that's it.
Any rebuttal from the people?
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
Closing arguments.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think there's no reason to belabor the issue of the ordinances. I think the focus is something different. I don't believe there's any question as to whether or not the township ordinances are what they are. The question is what activity was being conducted at that time. And I guess with the overlay of the evidence that was presented or the information presented by Mr. Day. So unless the court has any questions regarding the ordinances, I can.
I'd like to see the language that defines slaughterhouse. That was referenced, but I'm a visual, not an auditory learner.
45, I believe. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
I'll let you read that before I continue.
Go ahead. So based on testimony, both from Mr. Gregory and also from the defendant, who explained more in detail as to what activity is occurring at that location, he was rather graphic and specific. In conjunction with the definition, I contend strongly that the operation being conducted there is one of a slaughter operation. Now, what the ultimate motivation may be is something we can look at or talk about, but I don't think there's any question that a slaughter operation of animals was being conducted at this location. Given that, the concern seemed to be as to what religious exemption or protection that the defendant would have from engaging in this kind of activity on the location that would somehow prevent or preclude the township from getting involved in zoning matters. Now, the First Amendment, as Mr. Day referenced, I mean, we all know what that is. And I strongly suggest to the court that the township has taken no action to abridge any rights that are enacted under the First Amendment. I don't know of any activity by Mr. Gregory, by the police department, by the prosecutor, by anybody that went out there and overtly or even suggested that you can't practice your religion. That's not the point. The point is that what we are enforcing or looking at is just zoning aspects of what operations that you can have in conjunction with whatever it is you're doing. If you take Mr. Day's conclusion to its ultimate, I don't know, for lack of a better way of putting it, ridiculous end, anybody who is practicing a religion has a right to go into a subdivision, into a basement of somebody's house and conduct some sort of a slaughter operation, not just for themselves, but for multiple people, having animals in the backyard and the like. We didn't stop anybody from conducting religious operations in the township. You heard testimony from Mr. Gregory that there's an operation like that up the west side of the township, northwestern part of the township. And this gentleman, who I think is a very respectable, honorable individual, probably has no ill intent at all. I don't have any reason to believe that he does, is invited at any time to locate in a properly zoned area to conduct the operation that he's trying to engage in. Our concern is where it's being located as it relates to residential property. It's the protection of the residents that have to be taken into consideration here also. The document that Mr. Day presented, the exemption of a ritual slaughter, if you look at it, it talks about nothing in this chapter shall be construed to prohibit, abridge, or in any way hinder the religious freedom of any person or group. I mean, if you're referencing the township, I guess it's simple. The township shall not in any way hinder the religious freedom of any person or group. We're not doing that. I mean, the religious practices by the Muslim faith are conducted at locations. This just happens to be a slaughterhouse that is engaged in slaughtering of animals in a certain way so that the animals then can be taken to wherever it is that they're processed and consumed as part of their religion. This is not a mosque or some place where a religious activity or a religious practice is going on as it relates to whatever it is that is important to them at this particular time. It's just a place where processing of meat takes place in a certain way, in a respectable way, in a way that we all have no problem with, even if we're not practicing Muslims. And we certainly support the right to do that under certain circumstances, but it's not a religious practice in the sense that it's a church, a synagogue, or a mosque or the like. It's just one part of an operation that leads up to that religious practice. But if you go on, it says nothing, notwithstanding any other provisions of this chapter, in order to protect freedom of religion, ritual slaughter and the handling or other preparation of livestock for ritual slaughter are exempt from the terms of this chapter. Absolutely. We don't have the right to go in and talk about what local rules should be enforced or applied as it relates to you have to have this kind of equipment in there or whatever the case may be, whatever ritualistic or whatever religious, I guess I should say, practice is going on. We didn't interfere with that. And we never interfere with that. What we're looking at is just the location. Because you have the right to engage in a particular practice or express your your protections under the Constitution doesn't mean that you can do it at any location without any kind of concern or respect or adherence to zoning laws. I mean, that's all we're talking about here. We're not trying to interfere at all with other, anything of the like. I mean, he's got livestock there. I mean, are you telling me that we can't have some zoning restrictions as it relates to livestock for slaughtering purposes? Can't have some sort of zoning controls as it relates to this kind of an operation within a residential district or within a close proximity of a residential district or within 2,000 feet of a residential district. I didn't write the ordinance when it was enacted, but there's a reason for this lengthy distance, and it's to protect the citizens of the community. As Mr. Day so correctly referenced the court on page 2, I mean, if you look at what the meaning behind these ordinances are, it says this ordinance shall be liberally construed. Doesn't mean it should be tightly construed. It should be liberally construed in such a manner as to best implement its purpose. What's the purpose of the ordinance? Zoning ordinances' purposes are to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. It's for no other purpose. I mean, if you don't have some sort of designation requirement or some sort of limits as to what you can do, it's willy-nilly. They have that in Texas, but we don't have that in Michigan. Continuing, it says, in interpreting and applying the provisions of this ordinance, the requirement shall be held to be the minimum, not the maximum, the minimum for the promotion of the public health, safety, convenience, comfort, prosperity, and general welfare. So what we're reading is the minimum as to what needs to occur when we're seeking to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community as it relates to any proposed operation or use of the property, which is what we're talking about here. Next, when he talks about an exemption from the inspection, yeah, they're exempt. So FDA doesn't come in and inspect them. They don't inspect zoning. They come in and they inspect the process. There may be regulations as it relates to how slaughterhouses have to, we all see on television how you have chickens over here that are not being held or treated correctly when it comes to slaughtering and being prepared and the like. So what this says is that, hey, if they're practicing it as it relates to their slaughtering when for ritualistic purposes, the cities, the townships, the county, even the FDA is not going to come in and regulate that process, but it doesn't render the township, they don't neuter the township and say you can't apply your zoning laws. He can make an argument that the zoning law is not reasonable under the circumstances and challenge those zoning laws, but to say that because we're practicing a slaughterhouse ritualistic operation to give this meat in whatever way we do it, now I find out that there's a fee being paid. I don't think it's important to know the difference. I mean, it's a money generating operation. He's got to pay his rent, his electricity, he's got to pay his expenses. I have no problem with that. I don't have a problem with somebody getting paid for what they're doing. But again, it all comes back to the question of zoning. That's where we're at. We did not try to interfere. We did not try to prevent. We did not try to circumvent in any way the laws that protect these religious operations. Instead, all we did was protect the zoning. If he moves down the road, there's other places in the township that he can conduct this operation. He just can't, at least as we interpret these ordinances, engage in that operation here. Mr. Gregory testified based on his visual, his understanding, his experience in the township, his up and down the roads and the like, that this operation is occurring within 2,000 feet of a residentially district location. It doesn't mean there has to be a house there. It just means that wherever the residential district begins cannot be less than 2,000 feet from the operation that's being conducted. It's his testimony. The court can take that as the court pleases, but based upon his observation, his investigation, that's what he came up with. Finally, well, I guess it's not necessary to get into. I don't think there's a question as to whether or not there was a slaughter operation going on here. So I don't think I need to get into that. Based upon that, I submit to the court that the township has proven its case, that again, we're not looking to be punitive in nature. This is one of those cases where we really just want compliance And what we're looking for is to protect the residents and the residential community in the surrounding area. And unfortunately, he has just decided to locate too close to a residential district. And based upon, we don't go looking for this, but it's based upon complaints we've received from the neighborhood and the concerns that other officials have in the township that has brought us to court today. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Day.
Thank you. Interesting, Your Honor. It appears that their argument is limited to the fact that this operation is occurring within 2,000 feet of a residential district. That seems to be the crux of their case under zoning. However, the only, other than the opinion testimony of the building inspector, because he didn't measure it, he didn't bring in any kind of other supporting documentation. In his opinion, it went from 500 feet to maybe something, less than 2,000 feet to 1,500 feet. Well, that's a big gap. Burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt is on them, not on us. Their exhibit, not my exhibit. They submitted their own zoning map, which contained a scale. That's not an opinion, that's a scale. And when you scale it out on their own exhibit, the location is beyond 2,000 feet. Therefore, by their own evidence, they failed to make out a case. Furthermore, their whole case is based upon the fact, and they use this term very loosely, of a slaughterhouse. They went through their entire case in chief and never pointed the court to the definition of slaughterhouse in their own ordinance. Apparently, their definition of the slaughterhouse is what Mr. Gregory said it was, or determined it to be. When pressed, he admitted that you can slaughter animals on the farm for your own consumption. But you can't slaughter to sell the meat. All right? That's not being done here. This is not like the operation described on the other side of township. We're not selling beef, poultry, in a meat counter. We are ritually slaughtering animals for religious purposes, for religious purposes. He described to you the ceremony that goes on, and then the animal is delivered to the person who actually purchased it through him. That's the free practice of religion. It doesn't say where it can occur. And if anything, this would be an appropriate location because it's in a location where animals can be slaughtered by their own testimony. And it's over 2,000 feet away. So not only do I not believe or assert to the court that it's not a slaughter operation by their own definition, the FDA, which regulates slaughter, says this is an exempt operation. The federal and state constitutions say you can engage in religious practices. The township, for whatever reason, is just taking the position that you can't slaughter. But it says where? Okay, well, Your Honor, not trying to, other religions do other things. One of the things that always surprised me was the fact that our drunk driving provision for minors has an exception in there for consumption of alcohol by minors in connection with religious services. That could be anywhere. It's not located. There's nothing in here that says that he cannot engage in religious ceremony on this property. And there's been nothing in here to show that that in any way interferes with the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township. They haven't made that case. And that's what the purpose of the ordinance. It should be at least interpreting that ordinance consistent with the township's obvious interests. They haven't shown any way how this has violated those interests, threatened those interests, engaged in a commercial operation.
Hold on. So let's just assume that we didn't have the religious end of it, and the argument was just over the 2,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying they also have to prove how this ordinance protects
No, I'm going both. I'm doing both, Your Honor. I'm saying it's two things. It's outside the 2,000 feet. I think that's clear, and that seems to be their only concern. And what bothers me within their whole argument is they keep talking about slaughtering, slaughterhouses, slaughter operations. They have the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to show a clear and distinct objection. There's been nothing in there that says that you can't do what my client was doing for religious purposes. There's religious exemptions in the Constitution and in other areas.
So you don't think this operation is a slaughterhouse?
It's not a slaughterhouse with their definition. No, I do not believe that. If you read that ordinance.
I did.
And you read the other regulations that talk about a 6-foot fence and all of these, that does not discuss the kind of operation my client's doing 2 days a week.
I think you had, Mr. Gregory, reference the definition of slaughterhouse on page 45.
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
What your client described himself meets that definition.
I don't believe it does, Your Honor. Because I read that.
Building used for the slaughtering of animals.
And keep this in mind, the building used for the slaughtering of animals and scalding, butchering, and storage of carcasses, but not including rendering, smoking, and curing. There has to be something else going on there, Your Honor, besides just slaughter.
You're right. It was and storage, not or storage.
Correct.
Okay.
So that my client's limited operation for religious purposes, I think falls in the definition of slaughterhouse.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because he's killing.
He's killing, that's all he's doing.
Maybe skinning, if I understood that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Yep. Okay. Your turn.
I don't think I have anything else. The arguments, we kind of vetted this heavily unless the court has questions.
I don't. The only testimony I've got today is that Mr. Schwaka is killing animals and sometimes skinning animals. That's all I've got. That doesn't meet the definition of the ordinance in the slaughterhouse because it requires the storage, the scalding, or the butchering. And I didn't hear that. I'm also troubled by the fact that I used to scale maps like this too, and this looks like it's more than 2,000 feet away. So from the evidence I've got today, not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to suggest there's continuing conversations.
I'm more than welcome to do that with you.
Because I doubt if the neighbors are going to quit complaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, folks. All right, so the map with the note, you can have back because that didn't get marked as an exhibit.
Your Honor, can I frame my scale?
Yes. That's the one with the note on it. That's the one with the note on it. That's not the one that got marked, so we're gonna keep everything that got marked.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I gotta make my notes. Jamie, we got a 1 o'clock that you're on it. I doubt if Mr. Garrett's gonna show up, but Mr. Greco will be here.
Heather, that was for you.
I'm gonna run these files down to Mackenzie.
Jamie, you just came across and said, good job getting up. This is all motivation. I hate it because I think that it's you every time going, good job. I can see your face. You and your girlfriend, bad enough, I'm motivated.
See, and that's my concern about if he gets away with any of this, he's just. Right. Because he's still playing. I know. So that's. Well, the one that's burnt up, that's.
We can work on that. He needs to be asked for a couple of weeks. So that's what I was, so if that is an issue. It should be cleaned up. Yeah. 21. You know, so.
Freak him out till he can't use his own car.
Yeah, that's. Unless you have to hire somebody.
Oh, I could, I have. No, the guy official is actually going back. That's 6 and.
He knew a lot of stuff. I was so wrong. But no, I went through this at one. So I'm there this morning, different shoes on this. But I have to make type of things, 3 pieces, I just demolish it. Just get it on the ground. He likes to use it. So that's a big desk. Gone. We had that. Box this, pack this, line, storage unit, yeah, one corner, stack it, seal. Okay, done. And you look at Facebook, that's not. It's my, not give me my, I, you want to kind of, I mean, I. He's a little, equal about the same, you know, that life jacket, the life on the same, that's so that's cool. $3,000 a month. Great. Job, yeah. Still pay their paycheck next week. The first one I get, but they don't take child support. Check. So I'm just under 3 grand. And I guess the guy called the neighbor, yeah, he said he sounded, but that's why he needed to say it. They did, so I'm pretty sure he not send it. Good. I contact the finances, make sure they got it, not give them not say it. They not gonna call me. They ever sent it to me? That was, and this is kind of why I thought we should call. I. Thanksgiving, I want calls that hey, she goes, don't forget it. And I was like, you know, I don't want nothing for it, just the same. She goes, oh, copy it. She goes, done. You won't come out of this check. Oh, treat before the checks. So the first I set up this issue around my wages, I said. Is it a year? Yeah, but I think it was, yeah, because it opened. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was designed before COVID.
Right, so it's a pre-COVID design.
It's amazing how so many businesses change, like Taco Bell, do business. Then they have it eaten there. It's just.
Really?
Yeah. Does anybody eat in Taco Bell?
What, oh, in Taco Bell, yeah. No, I know, Taco Bell is usually.
Lines around.
The problem right now is Taco Bell would be more like post like concert. Yeah, we gotta come back and eat Taco Bell between 12. There's no place to eat it. No, you know, we were like last fall. So we're heading, it's like 8 o'clock. We're like, hey, we're in traffic, so we're trying to get someplace. Most kitchens are closed at 9 a.m. Like, and by the way, you don't want to show up a place at 8:45 where they're closing the kitchen at 9. Like, my wife lives at Sonoma Tap House and she's working with. It's like when you do that, everyone hates you. Yeah. In a restaurant, you don't want everyone to hate you who's making your, you know. And but so we ended up at a bar because we just called. We're on M14 and calling that, and their kitchen was open until midnight. It was like, you know, but it was fine. You know, we went there, but nothing.
They can't keep the health.
Exactly. There's no. There's no.
Saturday, I've been in the process of moving the last 2 weeks, and so my friend was helping me. She's like, hungry, you know, but tired of going to, you know, it's just the same much.
Yeah.
So we were on the JP McGuire's, they seem so, I'm like, yeah, like after hours, you know, late.
Yeah, Taylor.
Not bad. No, well, they want to do wrong.
Oh, do they? Okay.
I wired the service going from the transformer to the building, and then he had an electrician help him pull the stuff. Like, you know, it's chicken to make the taps, so I went there, it was like 80 taps, you know.
Yeah.
Panels. It's the easy part, because it's greenfield, so you can. So I knocked them off, so every time I go back there, you know, I felt bad. Two times we went, I had that support the t-shirt for police and fire. And my bill, it should have been about $6 to $7. Yeah. Thank you for, I told her.
Yeah.
I said, so I'm $20 tip I was gonna give you. Maybe 50 because she was leaving this rubbish. I need this rubbish. That's low. Yeah. I'd rather you have, because you know what? You did a good job. So $70.
No, that's good.
For $1.
Yeah. That's good.
She was a sweetheart too. I was like, but yeah, it was. So the same owners? Yeah. Jay owns both of them. He's got a lot of rentals, and he owns Humboldt Marina.
Okay.
Which is right by it. Oh, it's a beautiful place, man. Right on the water. Lake right there. It's he kept calling me. I was there and there was nothing. And, you know, we were, you know, coldest day in 2019 for COVID, like December. I mean, if you look it up, it's the only one that's like really cold. And then I'm making the taps for the services so you can get heat. And I tell you what, it took me 4 trips, but my hands couldn't breathe. Just not okay. Morning, guys.
Morning.
Well, this is fine this year. We've never met you. No, Rob Kirby. Jimmy Garcia, nice to meet you. Any relation to Charles Kirby? No. Okay. Good guy. No. He was the ex-chief, the chief of my firm. I got along with him. He's all right. Not bad. I'd take him back. He's an all right guy. I already called Heather. I'll let the judge know. Ready? You guys ready to go?
Ready.
You ready to go, sir? Okay. Please rise. Give me this report is down in session. I will.
Have a seat. All right, Mr. Greco, your appearance for the city of Romulus versus Gerald Garrett.
Your Honor, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus.
And are you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, your motion.
Yes, Your Honor, this is the city of Romulus's motion for default judgment regarding compliance. This case involves 11 cases that are civil infraction tickets that have been pending for quite a while in this court. My understanding from looking at the register of actions, this is the second time they're in default. I believe they were first put in default by the court in the fall and then reopened and then again put in default last, I believe, March when we showed up here, March or April last time. So it's the second time they're in default for either non-show or non-payment. With regard to these particular tickets, they involve 3 violations repeatedly. Number 1 is not having a current and active and valid certificate of occupancy on the property. Number 2, running a business in a residential zoned district.
Let me stop you. I'm sorry. You received a copy of his paperwork, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
I just want to make sure he received your pleading.
Sure. So we've got 3 essentially of the 11 tickets, it's 3 violations. Number 1 is not having a current and valid certificate of occupancy on the property. Number 2 is running a business. This is a dumpster. I think it's Daryl's or Dee's dumpster business out of the business in a residential area, which does, number 1, can't be run in a residential area. And number 2, doesn't qualify pursuant to the standards in the zoning of a home occupation, which includes, no increased traffic here. And Mr. Garrett runs, I believe it looks like a dumpster cleanup business that involves dumpsters or trailers or some sort of containers to take demo trash, garbage, demo type stuff. And then number 3 is improperly storing those trailers and dumpsters related to the business that he's operating out of the property. With respect to this motion, so what we're doing in this motion, Your Honor, because these are civil infraction motions, is that pursuant to the law, the state law regarding municipal civil infractions, which is enabling this court and the municipality to pursue civil infractions, is that the court has the power to enter any order to enforce a municipal civil infraction ordinance, which would include abating any nuisances, ordering compliance, all of those things, not just fines and fees. And in this case, these cases are not technically, it looks like, closed because they still owe fines on them. And so they are still technically cases that are here. So we have filed this motion essentially for default judgment with regard to compliance under the law and under the power that the state statutes provide this court. Now, I had an opportunity to meet with the city and go over the history of this file in these cases. My understanding based upon this is that Mr. Garrett purchased the house sometime in October 2013, and the last certificate of occupancy pursuant to an inspection is from March 2012, so about 18 months before. And my understanding from the files that Mr. Garrett has approached the city on a number of times to get some permits for work to be done on the house and certain things, and that the certificate of occupancy issue was raised with him within the last 2 years as a result of investigations going into the activity of the property. All right, so even though my proposed motion, or my motion and my proposed order has the issue in the tickets with regard to the certificate of compliance, I, as an officer of the court and as the prosecutor for Romulus, am satisfied right now with the status of the certificate of occupancy with regard to the property. That is, it hasn't been raised for the last 7, 8 years, or at least until about 6, 7 years ago. It's related to some other things pursuant to the ordinances and stuff. If Mr. Garrett is to sell or transfer the property, he is going to need to get it inspected and certificate of occupancy. So the fact that he's occupied it for that much
much time, and the fact that the city's been to the property a number of times for various things. I'm satisfied with that. So with respect to my motion and the requirements regarding the certificate of occupancy, we're going to let that go and we're going to waive that. Now, with respect to the other things, we are not willing to do that because that becomes more of a neighborhood issue and nuisance issue with regard to other neighbors and conduct being occupied at the property. So the issue and the order that we're looking for from this court is that the court enter an order to enforce the ordinance with regard to no business being operated at this residential property that doesn't qualify as a home operation or home occupation, because this is a business that involves trailers, trucks, pulling stuff, loading stuff, storing stuff. So an order prohibiting Mr. Garrett from continuing to operate his business at that property. And number two, an order requiring that the trailers, dumpsters, containers, whatever we want to call them that are connected to that business, be stored elsewhere. Now, I will be frank with the court with regard to certain things, like whether it's recreational vehicles or trailers or stuff. Generally speaking, the zoning ordinance and the code of ordinances does not prohibit individuals from storing things inside. Like if I had a boat, right, or a trailer or a dumpster, and I've got a garage, I can put it in. Okay. The concern that we have here is that it's one thing to store something in the garage, and there's another thing to store it there overnight and continually use it, pull it in and out. Okay. So what we're looking for an order from this court is number one, to cease business operations from that business. Now that doesn't mean he can't come to and from, you know, if he gets a call that somebody needs a dumpster or something, he can certainly leave his house anytime he wants and come back to his house anytime he wants. But the dumpsters and trailers really need to be stored on a commercial lot or something where it's zoned to be permitted there. So those are the two orders that we're looking for. I do have a proposed order for default judgment regarding compliance. If I may approach.
Sure.
And this is a modification of what was attached to the motion. I've taken out the stuff regarding the certificate of compliance and are simply requiring that he remove all dumpsters, trailers, portable moving in or storage containers from the premises within 2 weeks of the date of this order. And to be further ordered that he shall not store or keep them in continuing violation at the property, and that he immediately cease any and all business operations and activities being conducted at the property in violation of the City of Romulus Code of Ordinances. You know, I've pretty straightforward in what we're looking for. It does not prevent Mr. Garrett from being in business or operating his business. He just can't use his residential site like a commercial site with regard to both storage and use of these dumpsters and trailers, which you know, we've got a lot of complaints about. I know that I've just been involved with Mr. Garrett's case, as you know, for the last couple of months. I believe there was some discussions before about him, you know, trying to locate or trying to find a place to put that, which certainly is, you know, what we're looking for. Again, we're not against the business in any way, shape, we're just against the business causing a nuisance and a problem. So that's specifically what we're looking for by way of this motion. And again, as set forth in the brief, I believe it's the court has authority to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett, your turn.
Exactly like how many neighbors were complaining about me, about anything about me? I was just wondering that, or was it just the one neighbor that just moved on the block?
From my standpoint, it doesn't matter. The charge has been brought. What caused the charge to be brought?
A pissed off neighbor that
Usually, I mean, usually with ordinance violations, it's somebody complains.
Yeah, I just hadn't never complained for 8 or 9 years, I think it was, but I just wanted to throw that out there. And about the having a commercial lot, what's the attorney's name that you guys first gave me, Mr. Bowditch?
Yeah.
He said that you guys had something in mind about getting me a commercial lot at that time.
I'm not sure what he was talking about. I know the prosecutor at that time made comments to me that the city was willing to work with you to try to find you someplace within Romulus that you could set up. You know, we got a community development office, for example, in the city of Romulus that helps new businesses find what they need to do their business and that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's specifically what Mr. Kaplan was referring to, but it might have been.
It was Mr. Bowditch, but when he called me on a Saturday and a Sunday, talking to me about some stuff.
Yeah.
You guys want to help me get a commercial lot? I wouldn't be against that.
Mr. Garrett, everybody from day one's wanted to try to help you stay in business in Romulus.
Yeah, that's what would help me. I mean, I wasted my time coming here so many times, and he said it.
But you fired him. You fired Mr. Bowditch. Don't you remember that?
Well, right, because he did stuff that he was
Okay,
saying
well,
stuff that he
well,
wasn't.
here's my point. Don't sit there and complain about the fact that what Mr. Bowditch was trying to do isn't happening because you fired Mr. Bowditch.
No, I'm just telling you what he told me that you guys.
Okay,
said.
all right. I heard you.
So you don't want to help me get a commercial lot?
It's not a question about whether anybody wants to help you. So let me do this. Are you asking me to pause so that you and Mr. Greco can have some negotiation?
No, if you guys want to give me a commercial lot, I'll even pay for it.
No, I'm not giving you a commercial lot. I don't have a commercial lot. I doubt if Mr. Greco is going to give you a commercial lot.
I was just confused on why Mr. Bowditch said that then.
Okay, and I tried to answer that confusion. I assume what Mr. Bowditch was talking about is the fact that Mr. Kaplan said the city would be willing to work with you to help you find someplace to move. Not that they were going to provide you rent-free storage location.
Oh, no, I don't, nothing's free. I never said nothing about free. I'll pay for it. I'm paying
Once
this
again,
stuff.
would you like to have some conversation with Mr. Greco? Maybe Mr. Greco is willing to bring that office of the city of Romulus into play here. I don't know. But, you know, you talk about waiting until the 11th hour before you wanted to play ball.
I don't think that. I've showed up to every single court day.
You've showed up every single court date and refused anybody's attempts to help you.
No.
All right.
I gave them a
Once again,
chance.
I've asked you a question. Do you want to negotiate with Mr. Greco if he's willing?
Negotiate with the motion or with giving me a commercial
The
lot?
whole situation. This.
I mean, if you guys want to drop all the charges, I'm not against that.
We're not. Okay, we're not. I'm done. I've used all the energy I have to try to save Mr. Garrett from Mr. Garrett. Do you have a response to the motion that's in front of me today?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that the 34th District Court, how they are motioning to drop all these charges is.
Stop. The 34th District Court is not motioning to drop charges.
I just think it's the right thing to do.
Nobody's motioning to drop charges.
Oh, I thought that's what he said that he was.
No, what his motion is about is he wants me to make an order pursuant to this thing that he just read. He gave you a copy of, okay? He said if he gets that order, he's gonna he on behalf of the city of Romulus is not gonna push the CO thing. That's what he said.
Yeah, that's cool.
The charges are still there. You still owe our court money on every one of these files. So that hasn't been discussed. What he's saying is today, he's not asking me to force you to get a CO.
I'm just gonna still go
Fair
with that one.
assessment?
That's fair, Your Honor.
Okay. So nobody's talking about dropping charges. He's here, a motion is a request to the court. So he's requesting that I order you to do two things generally. Stop conducting business on the Whitehorn address and stop storing all that stuff that they take offense to on that address. That's what he's asking for today. Two orders from me. Understood? Yes or no? Understood?
I just have one thing I don't.
Understood?
I don't understand one thing.
What?
So if that goes through, I'm just gonna still be living without a certificate of occupancy?
Correct. Because he said they're not pushing that CO.
That's fine with the courts. You guys can't go back.
It's
and-
not up to me. It's his ordinance to push it or not push it.
You guys can't bring these charges back?
They can write new files.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work then, because then you guys can just do that whenever you want.
One more chance. Any response to today's motion?
Yes, I agree to it if you guys promise that you won't go back and try to get me for the certificate of occupancy.
All right, first of all, you're really pissing me off when you keep saying you guys.
Or, I'm sorry, what do I say?
City of Romulus, 34th District Court Judge. City of Romulus, 34th District Court Judge. We ain't a team here, dude.
Just the fact that we're all trying to save you from yourself, don't make us a dini, okay?
Okay. All right. So if Romulus agrees not to go back and try to charge me for no certificate of occupancy, I will agree to the motion
I think that's what he said.
without.
Now, hold on. I'll speak for you because because I know and I want to make sure. That doesn't mean if and when you sell the property, whoever buys it doesn't have to comply with that. Because I think the way our ordinance currently reads is it can't be reoccupied without a CO.
That,
Am I right?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just for the court and also for Mr. Gary, I have met with the building department. I have conferred with them regarding the certificate of occupancy issue. And what I've represented to this court today is that we're not pushing it any further, that I'm satisfied with what's going on here with regard to this property. And that if he is going to transfer or sell the property, he will need to follow the ordinance and get an inspection at that time.
So as long as he's the occupant, the city's okay.
That's, however, just one caveat.
Go ahead.
Is that
I want to make sure he's clear.
So I am the prosecutor, so I have an ultimate responsibility to pursue charges here.
Right.
But I am not also the building official. I've talked to the building official and we are on the same page.
Right.
But I don't, if 5 years from now, there's a new building official who sees things a different way, that again, just like you have described to Mr. Garrett, you're the court, I'm the prosecutor, whatever, I'm not a licensed building official.
Right.
So that being said, with regard to me in charge, as far as pursuing these matters, I am satisfied with the certificate of occupancy issue. Next week, if a ticket gets written, unless something changes, or unless there's some other circumstances that convinces me otherwise, I'm going to remain with this position. So as long as I am here right now, we are going to be done with the certificate of occupancy, unless there's a fact that changes. Like, I don't know. I actually, because I'm not a building official, so yeah, I don't. But,
Well, actually, because we got building guys here.
Well,
So I can't imagine any fact that would change that would bring this up other than a new occupant.
correct.
Agreed?
Yeah.
And I don't mean you can't, get married and bring somebody into the house. I mean, you can't move out and put a renter in. You can't sell it and a new owner comes in.
Yeah, I can represent to this court. I personally am satisfied with the C of O issue, with regard to the timing of everything. So that's why I'm not pursuing.
Okay. All right. Because I think what I heard you say was because you've researched it, and because he was there for quite a while without a new CO, before the city even started talking about it, you're okay with just letting it go.
Yeah, and the fact that the building official and I may have a difference of opinion on what's a reasonable time within when the last one was done. I know exactly it was done approximately 18 months beforehand.
Right.
So I'm satisfied not only with
I
that
got you.
timing, but also the time that he's been.
I got you. Okay. Okay. All right. So now I want to make sure I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing from you, because I did that with him. I think what I'm hearing from you is you will agree to his motion, because his motion's got nothing to do with the CO today. Right?
Correct.
You'll agree with that motion based on what you just heard.
Yes.
Easy peasy. Why don't we do this as a stipulated order then?
Sure.
Okay? That just means agreed. You've agreed to the order. Did you read the timeframes? Look at the timeframes, brother, before you sign this. Because it's got you moving stuff pretty quick. Go ahead.
So the ordinance states that you can have 2 trailers. I have a couple violation notices from Mr. Schick that you can have up to 2 trailers on your property. Everybody in my subdivision, not everybody, but a lot of people have 2, 3, 4 trailers on their property. Am I allowed to still have the 2?
I'll let him answer that because they're the ones that write the tickets.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, just repeat.
I have a couple violation notices from Mr. Schick stating that I can have up to 2 trailers on the property. It also says that in the ordinance handbook. Also, most of the Romulus that I see when I go driving around has two or more trailers on their property. Am I allowed to have the two like everybody else? Like all the other residences from Romulus, or am I still at my bond condition of 0 trailers?
It would be, so what he's referring.
Let me interrupt you just for a minute though. Your bond, you only have bond on your misdemeanor files, okay? So that bond goes away when those files are closed, all right? So we can talk about whether or not the bond gets changed, but I just want to let you know that all these orange files, which are the civil infractions, there is no bond on those. All right, I just want to make sure you understand how that works. Go ahead.
So what I believe Mr. Garrett is referring to with respect to trailers, it comes under the definition of recreational vehicles, honestly, whether it's a snowmobile, boat, or trailer for hauling type stuff. And there are permissive uses for that as long as they're stored properly.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but I have to. So a utility trailer would fall under that same category? You know, like a little open 4x8 trailer that you haul mulch in or something, that would fall under that same category as
long as it was properly covered and parked in the correct area, like it has to be parked in the driveway in the back. You're not supposed to park any trailers in front of the house.
Right, I got that. The rules are all the same for all trailers, but there's not a difference between, you know, my pop-up camper that I take out on the weekends versus my utility trailer that I haul stuff in. They're the same class.
As long as it's closed, there really should be an issue.
What do you mean closed?
Like an open trailer with high walls with garbage in it or debris would be.
Okay, so now you're telling me your ordinance has a different treatment for enclosed trailers versus open box trailers?
No, there's a difference between portable moving and storage containers like this and the trailers which are connected to recreational type vehicles and things like that. And with respect to what he's got at his property,
right,
which falls under that garbage
Yeah.
hauling type stuff,
Yeah.
portable moving and storage containers.
What do you got, Mr. What do you got? Like the dump trailers, you know,
I ain't got nothing on my property. I have one trailer in the backyard that broke down. and I have
what
my
kind of
boat.
trailer though?
It's a utility trailer.
What's that mean? Single axle, double axle, how long,
It's a
how
double
wide?
axle. It's a double axle,
Double axle, how long is it?
10 foot maybe.
Okay, what's the weight rating? That's hard to say.
It's homemade. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But and other than that, I just have my boat in the front yard, which
Boat on a trailer, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's a different.
I don't have any portable storage.
That's a new issue. But also these are.
But that's a problem, isn't it, front yard?
It's probably is going to be because my understanding is that it's parked Broadway on the front yard. It's how big? 20, 30 feet?
It's 30 foot.
30 foot, so it's
Big
hard to
boat.
even see the house. I heard.
Right.
It's huge, but that's not what we're dealing with.
It's not today's issue, but I understand it's not on today's, it's not one of these, but in fairness to Mr. Garrett, I want to let him know, look, we take care today, but here, there's another problem we're gonna have to do something with if it doesn't change.
So.
You understand that?
Yeah.
They're not happy with the boat storage.
It'll be moved today.
Okay,
I have
go
this so
ahead.
my neighbor can't see me.
Go ahead.
So, and the trailers that he's got on the property right now, trailers, containers, dumpsters, whatever they are for business use and fall under the one portable moving storage container placed on an occupied lot just to unload belongings to and from. There is a provision that you may have one of the things that he has on there for 21 days.
Right.
That's related to
Right.
remodeling a kitchen,
Right.
putting up a
Right.
new garage, and
Right.
if you're it's
So-
gonna be there for more than 21 days.
So let me try this. So I've got a 9 foot by 6 foot trailer that I haul firewood.
Okay.
Because I burn firewood at my house. That's my primary heat. So I've got a heavy duty trailer. I can load down, I can haul firewood. That's not a problem. Now, if I lived in a subdivision, I had it in my front yard, it might be an issue.
Correct.
But
Generally speaking, you have, no.
right, so I got no problem with the city ordinances for my use of that trailer. But if I was hauling, or if I was doing a 2 men in a truck business, and that was one of the trailers that every day I'm going out, I'm using that trailer in my trucks to move people, and that's my business, the city might have a problem with the same exact trailer because the usage is different.
Correct. And for
Okay.
example, how about you have the same trailer and you're still hauling firewood, but you're delivering firewood
As a
around the
business.
house, around the neighborhoods to people to buy $5 or whatever,
Right,
that
right.
bundle or something like that, then you are not only violating the storage of that particular trailer that is being used for
Okay.
business, but you're violating the section with regard to home occupations that have to be enclosed within the home and not have
Right.
traffic and noise and things like that. So that, again, I think it's pretty clear. I think we're clear on the type of business that Mr. Garrett is involved in, as far as I'm aware. And we're all in favor, by the way, it's a good business. It can, it's something that's necessary, that's there, that he's got these trailers, containers, however we want to talk about them, that are for garbage, trash, debris, things like that, go to sites, pull them off, whatever. The issue is that he's storing them and using them from a residential property. They really need to be moved someplace. So if, for example, and again, I can't make any promises today, obviously, but I certainly can raise the issue with our community development, with the city of Romulus. Are there open, spaces, or, we have a lot of businesses actually here, or maybe not a lot, I'm new to the community as far as working in, but there are some commercial lots, industrial lots that are not being used that perhaps can charge rent for a proper storage of things. So we can look into that, because the way he should be operating the business is that if his trailers and stuff are located at an area, and again, he can get a call at any time. He can take his car, leave his house, and then go to work and bring it back and stuff. So,
Okay.
but I think the court is correct on its assessment.
Okay. Does that help your answer about the question, or your question? Does that help answer your question about the trailers?
Yes.
It's all about how they're used, what they're used for.
Yeah, only the trailer that's on my property right now has been sitting in the same spot that it has been because it broke down. So I don't know what he means by, using it for.
Here, and please hear my heart on this, Mr. Garrett. I'm not trying to get you in a trick bag, okay?
No, I know.
I'm not trying to get you in a trick bag. I'm trying to make sure that when you walk out of here, you can keep running a business, you can start making some money, and you don't have problems with ordinance. Okay, that's really what I want. That's all I want out of this. But let me ask you this question. Is that trailer for your business operation, or is that trailer so you can help your buddy move once a year?
Or have my buddy move once a year?
Then you don't have a problem with it. But if once that trailer is operable, it starts to become part of your day-to-day business operation, you can't have it on wait for. Agree?
Yeah, but he can't, it's a trailer for repair. I mean, this is the one that I think is visible. This is not similar to the trailer that you.
I don't know. He tells me it's a homemade tandem axle 10-foot trailer.
So, look, I'm pretty sure that is one that needs to be removed.
Well, describe it. Let's make sure we're talking about the same trailer.
It's identical to the ones that he was using. The only difference is this one it needs to be a repair, and it's sitting next to the
Okay,
gate.
so how many trailers you got?
On my property?
No, just how many trailers you own for the business? How many trailers you got?
I don't have no trailers for my business.
Okay, what are the things you use to do what you do? What do you call them?
I was preparing to start a business.
Okay, so what do you call the things that you were preparing to start a business? You call them trailers, dump box, what do you call them?
Just
Whatever phrase you use.
homemade trailers.
Okay, how many of those homemade trailers do you have? Are they all the same model? You know what I mean? They're all the
They're
same
all
kind
homemade.
of style?
They're all homemade.
Yeah, but are they all the same kind of style? You don't have some that are 40 foot long and some that are 3 foot long.
I don't even want to.
I'm trying to help you, brother. I don't want you to walk out of here today just to start getting new
Well,
tickets.
just with one question. Do you guys have any solid proof or anything other than hearsay that I have ever conducted business on my property?
Yeah, the neighbors say that you've got stuff going in and out of the
Hearsay?
business. You've got and that's not hearsay if
What
they
is
actually
that?
witness it. So that's number one. Number two, we've presented to the court, I believe previously, all the addresses and everything with regard to the business that's there. And remember if I'm on number 3 or number 4, but he is in default. So we're already there.
See how this is going?
Hang on one second. Is that the one that's supposed to be?
Oh, yeah, and I have something about that too.
This is the one that you're talking about. That's
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
that's on the front. Okay,
Sure.
so just so you.
And actually, I don't need to see it. As long as he recognizes that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one that was taken illegally, the picture.
Okay.
This one needs to be removed from their wheelchair. So Your Honor, what we're looking for, and I think this conversation is great with Mr. Garrett, because I think we're all on the same page as far as we want to walk out of here with some clear rules. So Mr. Garrett knows what to do, things like that. And certainly, what would happen is if, for example, I just showed him exactly what it is that needs to be moved. If he doesn't move it, that's when we would come back here and he would have his opportunity to explain why he's not in
Right.
violation.
So Mr. Garrett, let's get back to my question, which was the timing in the order that you're getting ready to agree to. For example, if that trailer, there's something wrong with it, you can't move it, it's got to have some repair made to it. Do you need more time to remove it?
Yes.
All right. How much time do you need to remove it? Because I want the order to say what's going to happen, not what he wants to happen, but you can't make happen.
At least a month. I need to get the parts for it.
4 weeks. I could change 2 weeks to 4 weeks.
I mean, I have a problem how you got that picture in the first place.
But Mr. Garrett, that doesn't matter because you're in default on all these orange files. You're in default.
Not from not showing up to court.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Yeah.
No.
Both times you went into default was for not showing up.
No, that's because you guys send notices
All right.
out.
Mr. Garrett, here, you want this to go south or do you want to resolve it?
I'm trying to work with you guys, but don't pull out pictures that were taken illegally. How are you gonna
Pictures to help you understand what they need so they don't write you new tickets.
illegally?
Mr. Garrett, I'm right here. You want me to sign that order or you don't want me to sign the order?
When did I said I agree to it.
Okay, then
I said I don't
get
do that
it
picture.
worked out with him so I can sign it.
4 weeks instead of 2 weeks.
I don't want you to pull that picture out, but
Do you want me to change 4 weeks?
The picture's got nothing to do with the order.
why did you pull it out?
To show you what they're talking
I
about.
want to see an illegal picture that was taken over my private.
Fine,
fence
then
over-
forget they showed it. Forget they showed it then.
It's the second time. Last time you threw me in jail for that same picture.
I didn't put you in jail for a picture.
You didn't?
No.
It's right on the Zoom meeting, or right on the Zoom,
I put you in jail because you violated my bond
because of that picture,
and others.
but an illegal picture.
You say it's illegal.
It's illegal.
Sure, because you say so, Mr. Garrett.
No.
Because you're the
you are.
expert.
I know that.
You're the expert. Yep. Okay.
No, you are.
Just right under, yeah, right there.
That copy's bad. Yeah. Heather will make some true copies. All right, so I think that resolves today's motion hearing. Agreed?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Garrett, would you like to take the opportunity today to talk to Mr. Greco about your discovery request, or did you already resolve that with him?
I haven't had Wi-Fi, so I haven't.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, given the fact that we've got a order entered for these cases, we do have a trial scheduled for Monday on misdemeanor cases. I'm going to move to dismiss those cases. I'm going to consider this an agreement from Mr. Garrett to deal with the issues we're most concerned with.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Mr. Garrett, any objections to a dismissal on the 3 misdemeanor files? All right. The only thing that leaves to discuss is all the money that's owed on all these defaulted civil infractions. And in a minute, if needed, I will add up the total. I think we had 11 files, Mr. Greco.
That's correct, that's right.
And of that 11, by my count, 4 were CO files. Does that sound right?
Excuse me, Your Honor, what was that?
4 of them were certificate of occupancy files, I believe.
That's correct.
If I back those 4 out of the file total, that leaves a balance due of $2,052 on the other 7 files. Does the city have any position on that?
Do not have, I do not object to you backing out the C of O files. Are you asking me about the final total?
Yeah, the 2052.
I have no objection to the court exercising its discretion with regard to the fines that are owed to the court. None whatsoever.
Okay. I ain't waiving them all, but I'll give you a hell of a deal if you can pay them off, pay something off.
I ain't paying nothing. You guys dropped all these other charges.
Okay.
They're all bogus, so I feel like you just dropped them all.
I'm not dropping them all, Mr. Garrett. I'm not dropping them all. I'm willing to make a deal with you if you can pay some kind of lump sum, but if you're willing to pay 0, then you owe $2,082, $2,052. Pardon me?
I guess I'll owe $2,052.
All right, it's due within 5 days. I'll issue a bench warrant if it's not paid before then, or you don't make other arrangements.
Just take me right now.
Bye.
You just take me right now.
I don't want you right now.
Oh, you wanna wait? Put my life on hold some more?
It's up to you.
Yeah, you dropped 30 charges.
Bye. Dave waive or dismissed. You aren't even close to done with that guy.
I am, he isn't.
Are you done with this one? Are you out of here?
Uh,
Retired?
No, I took a different position.